We'll make it through this. We'll make it.
I'll make it. All right. So, last session we started out all waking up in our rooms at the main lodge. Rowan woke up first, kind of finding this really thin bamboo-like strip of paper having slid under his door. Started casting Identify on it, kind of thinking it was part of some test. Partway through, another piece of paper came through. This one was more like a nice folded up, kind of like tri-folded, nice sheet of paper with red and purple ribbon and a wax seal. Rowan is pretty much unable to figure out what's going on with these other than there's some kind of hidden message on one of them. So he wakes Ricard up for some help, and the two go to wake up everyone else. Ricard goes to wake up Alex and Beacon, to which they also find similarly three scrolls. Oh yeah, we found a third one outside of our room as well that was kind of like a green velvety kind of roll or scroll as well. In their room, they each found three scrolls as well. Alex was able to uncover one of them pretty quickly, casting light behind it and finding a hidden message and a riddle. And that led him to the Liar Song quest, which we didn't pick up until a bit later. Ricard had enough. He was hungry, so we dipped for breakfast. In the meantime, Rowan had approached someone named Weregilt, who was someone that we had encountered when the earth was splitting open and pterodactyls were trying to kill us. It appears Weregilt had received similar scrolls from the day before, but wasn't really too keen on giving Rowan much guidance, saying that it was something that he'd have to figure out for himself. Going to go link up with the group. Rowan tries to find Boone, knocking on her door, but finds just Hivernal, who says that Boone has already left to take care of something, had received some kind of missive. So we tell her to let Boone know where we are, what we're doing, and that we're looking for her if she returns. But then we all go to breakfast, we get some grub. Rowan continues to struggle with his missive from the Deadwood. But Alex and Ricard, I believe, yeah, are able to uncover the missive from the Vermilion Crest, which seems to be leading them to a library. But before we go, Rowan is able to figure out his missive, kind of holding it under some direct sunlight and being guided towards the herbarium. We all kind of get up and leave to go handle those things, but first stop by the requisitions to sell some things. Ricard manages to haggle up the price for us, so we get a little extra money. Everyone got 44 gold. After selling some things there, buying a couple things, we stop by the Arcanum, buy a couple more useful items, spell components, and things like that. Get a little bit of information too about the library and a lost and found that's there. So now heading to the library to try and, I believe, figure out a little bit more of Ricard's situation first. We stop by the Lost and Found. Alex picks up two journals that are in there that seem to have some illusory script inside. Ricard grabs a pocket watch, and we just begin sifting through books. We talk to the Owlin librarian, who kind of directs us to the right shelf, but then begin kind of sifting through all these books until we can find some clue or hint or information about what Ricard's supposed to do. He ends up finding out kind of the answers in this pop-up star chart book, recreating this constellation, but with there was a missing star, the northernmost star, I believe it was called Lemnock. And after doing that, he is able to pass through this illusory door and begin his Vermilion Crest puzzle, which was this sort of like riddle sequence type thing, having to ignite these things in the right sequence. Eventually he does, and is let through and meets Magnus, my number one op. They kind of talk for a little bit. He kind of, Magnus is kind of giving him a little bit of an introduction and asking him some questions about, why he's here, what he's looking for, and Ultimately, though, he is admitted to Vermilion Crest and given one task. He's told to uncover the knowledge that Captain Everson is hiding from the other chapter captains. So he dips out, gets a new fit. We leave from there to go to the herbarium for Rowan's trial. He encounters a little pixie who seems to be manning the place and is confronted with this sealed kind of wooden door that has no handle. He ends up using the seed that he was given from his little missive to grow this flowery bronze doorknob, opening up that and entering this sort of like glade, meadow, bayou kind of area with a super tall rotted rowan tree and his two chapter captains there. His trial is to essentially uproot this sick, corrupted tree, or I guess to heal it, which is what he ends up doing, and then proving through a test of strength, he also breaks the stone obelisk and kind of gains the favor of chapter captain Hao Yu. Layette doesn't really seem too impressed. She seems to have different vibes. But regardless, Rowan is admitted and not given any tasks thanks to some words of recommendation from Lucan. We leave from there to tackle Alex and Beacon's trial, which is the meat of the rest of the session. So Alex tunes into the kind of like quiet little hidden music in Brave Hollow, and also kind of just tapping into the weave, kind of tracing that back to where he and Beacon are led, past this kind of secret waterfall entrance into the Lyre Song area. And they talk with Captain Everson and Captain Nils, I believe, and are kind of filling in what's been going on. They weren't necessarily extremely successful with the first part of their quest, or I guess didn't have a ton to show for it just yet. We're still kind of trying to figure out who's responsible. But they were tasked with going to find an amulet that is hidden somewhere in the catacombs beneath the library, as they're a big kind of let me in quest. Alex and Beacon argue a little bit, or not argue, but rather make an argument for themselves to be let into Lyre Song a little bit early, hoping that it will give them a little bit more leeway and pull as we try to go into the catacombs and just explore around this place in general. But they're told that wearing the Lyre Song badge isn't exactly this, get out of jail free card, let me in everywhere kind of, badge of honor that they might think it is. There seems the Lyre Song people are viewed as being a little, maybe sneaky or underhanded, something like that. That was kind of the vibe I was getting. But we head off, we head towards back to the Arcanum, because we had gotten information that the person running it, one of their friends, had been in the catacombs before, so we kind of asked to be directed to them. We meet Bernfried Lorelei, talk to them a little bit, get some info about the catacombs, what to expect, where to go. They tell us it's, sometimes kind of risky, so we should plan to be sneaky if we're going down there. So we make the plan to come back the next day. As we're all going to bed, Rowan's headed back to his room. He sees someone from Clan Thunderlord still in their room. Makes a little bit of small talk. It's a little rough. They don't seem to love Rowan very much. People from Clan Thunderlord are kind of brutish, typically viewed as mercenaries and the like. But after that, Rowan casts Identify on the scrolls he had uncovered from the outpost on a previous day, and then proceeds to go to bed. Beacon and Alex kind of have a little heart-to-heart about their plan and just the whole situation that they're in, kind of the ethics of stealing something like this, whether or not it's okay. But we all end up going to sleep, waking up in the morning, quick breakfast, right to the catacombs. We cast some spells, we sneak inside. Beacon uses Locate Object to kind of help us hone in on the pendant. We enter this room that has this big, I can't remember if it was metal or stone, but this big sundial in the middle of this green pool of water, and there are 3 mirrors in the room covered with cloths. After a little bit of investigation, we detect some kind of magic underneath the middle mirror, and upon pulling off the cloth, Beacon is immediately petrified. Chaos begins to ensue. Alex is trying to figure out what to do. Begins talking to the creature inside, which is revealed to be a Medusa. She doesn't seem very keen on helping us. She really just sounds like she wants to get out. So kind of as Alex is having that conversation, Ricard begins moving one of the mirrors kind of around the room, and eventually as the two mirrors line up, the Medusa petrifies herself, the mirror shatters, and the amulet is left on the ground, which it feels like a success to me. So we get the amulet. Beacon is still petrified. We try to figure out if there's anything in the room that might be able to help him, or any natural cures for this. But alas, there are not. So through some wild shape means, we are able to pick Beacon up, teleport him into Ricard's lamp. Alex and Rowan, in looking for means to escape, use Disguise Self to become members of Vermilion Crest. And we learn that apparently this was not how the test was supposed to go. Apparently we're just supposed to talk to the Medusa and kind of, I guess, talk her into giving over the amulet. And apparently this was a pretty big mess up, and the people that told us anyway, they don't think it's very likely that whoever did this is getting let in, which is great. So Rowan and Alex panic, leave the library, kind of assess their options, realizing that they only know of 2 people that could really help this kind of problem, and only one of them is here. So we go to Verthug Duel, who is the allegedly the druid of the herbarium and the head of infirmary. And after talking with them a little bit, and I guess exchanging my own services to clean out the stables later tonight, they end up casting Greater Restoration on Beacon and healing him of his petrification. And that is where we ended off, getting ready to head towards, I guess, back to the Lyre Song chapter captains and report what happened.
All right. Is there any other details that anyone would like to add?
Yeah, I think you got it. I think you got it all. I'd also like to add I'm scared. I'd also like to add that my last notes for last session was we beefed it so bad, which made me laugh when I opened it today.
We beefed it.
We beefed it. Just a little
Listen,
bit.
we beefed it so bad I didn't even
We
take any
beefed it,
notes.
bro.
I was like, I do not want to remember any of this.
Wallahi, we beefed it, brother.
I think we God fast track that shit, man.
I still think that
Such a
was like a
victory
B,
for them.
you know?
Well, I think you guys are certainly on a list.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We're definitely on a list.
Definitely. Yeah.
All right. So no other details to add, anyone?
I think so.
I wasn't
Alright.
there.
Chris, I
Same.
can't recall if you mentioned it, but as Rowan disguised as Rykard and Alex were fleeing from sort of the scene of the
Yeah.
broken mirror, as it were, they were followed by several people, specifically 2 people. I believe it was Alex was able to spot, seemed to be watching them.
Yeah, and we also did hear from those people that we talked to that they think they saw Captain Nils head down here because he likes to hide in the shadows and see how the tests go. So they definitely know. They definitely know.
Oh yeah. They
But
saw
how
it
would they
yeah.
know?
But how would they know? How would they know?
How would they
Oh.
know?
No one's gonna know.
Listen, it's not about the fact that they know, it's how you tell them what happened, you know?
Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Yeah.
Revisionist history
Yeah.
at its finest.
Exactly. They should respect that.
So fucked.
It's not revisionist history if it's just history.
Exactly. We can vouch for you. I was there. I saw what happened.
Period. I was there too.
Yeah.
Yep. It's fine.
We'll be great.
Yeah.
Mm.
hmm
Uh-huh.
So,
Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
Yeah, we're ready for our new characters.
Yeah.
before we turn to the fallout or potential impacts of your actions there, let us turn to the day before. Moon.
Oh.
You wake to find a strange piece of wood. When you wake and you find it, your attention is drawn through a series of strange and various tests and tribulations back towards the herbarium. You find while there a small pixie that seems to be tending to the overgrown sort of plant and potion space. The pixie doesn't stop you as you reach out towards what appears to be a wood paneled door. Looking over the mosses and growing flowers, you find that hidden sort of somewhat almost within the wooden note that you had found as you awoke, there appeared to be a seed. And as you sort of send druidic and magical energy into it, you find that it blossoms into almost a brass or iron-like flower, about the size of a door handle. Through trial, tribulation, and a slight bit of frustration, you manage to find a spot to put this particular door handle. Directly on the back paneling, hidden beneath moss and root and vine, you set into a hidden door this strange flower. And as you turn the handle, you find just beyond it, in a perfect balance of pale light and darkness, a space. It almost appears somewhat like a greenhouse to you, with swirling, almost whitish patterns all along the outer edges of the glass, and almost northern light like illuminations floating above you. You see, at the far end of this grove, there seems to be two figures awaiting. What do you choose to do?
Are they looking at me?
They seem to be waiting. They're about 60 feet or so away from you, and it's hard to tell precisely if they're looking at you, unless you intentionally want to see where their gazes lie.
And the room is empty?
It appears to be, at least from this distance.
I'll walk forward.
As you sort of cross the threshold of this doorway, it shuts behind you, not solidly in a way that intimidates you, but more in a way that you feel that you're taking the first step towards something of importance. As you cross through, the space seems to dim ever so slightly. Grasses burst forth from the ground underfoot, pale pink, soft red, and this beautiful sky blue. You see small blooms that resemble paintbrushes burst forth from the ground, and plants that bend and bow, almost bird-like in shape and in coloration. They remind you of the home that you once knew long ago. You see, sort of across this grove, where between the two figures and where they're standing, there appears to be almost like a mound at the middle between the two people. As you take a few more steps forward, your vision sort of hones in a little. You can see that between the two figures up ahead, there appears to be some sort of animal. It almost looks to be curled up in between the two of them, perfectly evenly spaced between the two. You see to the left side, there's a woman who appears to be elegant and of a almost butterfly-like countenance. There are almost butterfly wings coming off of the center of her face. In a way, it looks like one has just landed directly on her face, but it's clear that that is part of her. She has a tall, almost elven type of countenance, and her skin is this purplish pink color. You can tell that there's almost this fuzzy, almost mane or mothy-like sort of cloak that seems to drape off of her, and her hair is long and flowing, this deep, rich, purpley pink hue. She stands off to one side, while on the other side, to your right, is an elegant-looking woman as well. Her hair is piled up into almost a tall bun with these long, sharp spikes piercing through her bun. She has long, intimidatingly long nails, and she has this scaled dress that seems to blend off of her and almost mingle in with the grass. It has a serpentine quality to it. Both women sort of stare towards you. Their gazes are not intimidating, but you do recognize that with each step, they seem to be assessing some aspect of you, how you hold yourself and how you approach the space. What sort of energy or vibe or countenance do you want to give off as you approach Boone?
She'll definitely give off a very like bristly kind of vibe. Like that she knows that these people are sizing her up and is kind of indignant about it.
As you approach, you see the animal between the two people. Curled up in between them, you see what appears to be a boar. You see it lying on its side, and you can tell that it's taking labored breaths. It looks to be quite large, and it has this orangish tinge to its fur, as well as white stripes along its side, and coming off of its hoggy ears, there are black tufts at the tip of its ears. Its snout appears almost bat-like. As you approach, you can tell that its breaths are somewhat labored. The butterfly-like woman gestures towards the boar as you approach and says, "It holds blight. If allowed to stand as it does now, all life in this grove will die. You understand this."
Which one says that?
The butterfly-like, fey-looking individual.
Can I get a closer sense of the boar?
Do you want to approach it?
I'll approach it, yeah.
As you move closer to it, how would you like to ascertain, or what would you like to ascertain about it?
Kind of using the same way that Boone channels her magic through like the feathery almost appendages on her face. I kind of want to feel the air around it, see if it feels in any way repulsive or sick, I guess.
All right. Would you like to do a medicine or a nature check?
I will do a medicine check.
All right. As you take a look over the creature, you try to ascertain something about its vitality. Go ahead and roll a medicine check.
Oh! This bitch got COVID. I
As
have
you-
Pfizer in my pocket.
As you lower yourself closer to the level of the boar, you take a deep breath in. You are, in some ways, intimately familiar with blight. You yourself have almost been a blight upon the upper echelons of certain societies. You have been the odd thing out, the virulent thing that must be excised, burned, or removed. And yet, as you look over this creature, you recognize something of a kinship. You glance towards both of the captains as they stand. You have a sense that this creature is not real. it is some sort of magical conjuration, and you sense that in some way it is meant to represent you. The blight that they speak of is cosmetic, as this creature is not, in fact, alive. But you have a sense that this is representative of a choice. You have seen rots and crop blights. You have seen parasites and illness. You have seen forest fires raze entire overgrown areas of trees. The question that you recognize lies beneath this, Boone, is what would you do? How would you deal with this issue? You see that the blight that seems to be magically ascribed to this conjuration is in its nascent stages, not strong enough to kill the creature, should one choose to heal it. And yet, it is virulent enough that it could be allowed to take over the creature, put it out of its misery, or perhaps another way could be used to do so. You recognize that there is a place, to some extent, for both of these things, for healing and also for the purifying fire that clears away the dead trees. The choice lies before you, Boone. How do you deal with this creature?
I'm gonna look back up at the two captains presiding over. How are they looking at me?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
14.
Looking between the pair, their faces give away very little. As the sort of lights above flit about and move, you can see different shadows cast on their faces. In some positions of light, they look older and then younger, sickly and healthy. As they await your sort of response, you have a sense that there is a level of anticipation. Although it's hard to read the Fae that stands to your left, the humanish looking woman to your right seems a lot more, perhaps, excited, or she's anticipating something. She seems to be looking with a very intense gaze over you.
Is the boar awake?
It appears to have its eyes closed.
I am going to cast with one of my free casts, Fairy Fire, but kind of set it up in a very almost like comforting glow around the boar, almost like mood lighting, but a very like therapeutic kind. And I will use Thorn Whip, and I will attempt as efficiently as possible. I will use the vine to snap the boar's neck.
Right. As you conjure forth this sort of soft light, a almost firefly type light begins to flit and float around the boar. The conciliatory light seems to slowly float down to the boar, which seems to let off one last small snort before you allow it to enter its final rest. There is some consolation in knowing that the creature was likely conjured and not naturally existent or in this state. And there's an efficiency to your method that in itself is a kindness. You see that the woman to your left sort of lowers her head as if respectfully towards the dying creature. The one to your right seems to sort of look over you as though deeply considering, and then gives a bit of a nod.
I'll meet her gaze.
The one to your right or the one to your left?
Which is which?
The one with the butterfly face who sort of lowered her head is to your left, and to your right is the woman who is staring quite intensely at you.
I'll meet the gaze of the one staring intensely at me.
As you look at her eyes, you notice that they appear slit and almost snake-like. The other woman, as you sort of stare towards the one with the bun in her hair, says, "There is a balance in all things. Decisiveness is essential. Sometimes brutality is the final kindness we can offer. The blight holds its own place in this world. It feeds, yes, it thins out the overgrown herd. You know this," she says firmly. The woman that you're looking to sort of gives a nod in agreement. The one with the butterfly face sort of gestures over the boar, and you see as it sort of blossoms with mushrooms. All over it, you notice immediately in this sort of swirling pattern, these bright, vibrant, almost bioluminescent fungi begin to blossom and open all over it. Both women sort of slowly, almost seem to give a small bow towards you, Boone, and then stand upright. The one with the butterfly face says, "You have made a choice few are brave enough to." She gestures vaguely with a hand, and you see a large stone seems to burst forth from behind the sort of mound of fungi that has blossomed before you. You see all over it there appear to be arcane marks. You have shown us. You have shown us your methods. You have shown us your morals. Now show us your power.
At that, kind of picking up on the instruction, Boone will crack a grin, and I will, at my highest level, which is 2, I I will cast a Thunder Wave right in the center. Oh, it's 3rd level. Sorry, I forgot we leveled up. At 3rd level, I will cast Thunder Wave right at the dead center of the pillar.
Right. As you do, there's this resounding boom of thunder that echoes throughout the space. And as you sort of, could you explain the move or method through which you channel forth the thunder wave?
Yeah, she'll pivot on a back foot, almost the way a boxer does in the ring, bracing herself, and with a quiver of the filaments from her brow, I'll put both hands forward, almost in a triangle, and you'll hear the concussive. You'll see the force go forwards and hit the stone, and the concussive boom that follows just a half second after, as it shatters.
As you send
Assumptively.
forth the wave of energy, there's this like almost anticipation that fills the air, like the air is crackling with potential energy, and you force it out, turning it kinetic, as suddenly the force of sound crashes against the stone. You see the stone itself illuminates this like virulent, almost yellowish green, almost suddenly covered with like pustules and this like sickening energy, before it shatters into hundreds of pieces, and you see as rocks go flying off in all different directions. They crash through what seems to be the greenhouse-like sphere that surrounds you. And the glass shatters away, revealing a hidden world to you, Boone. You see slanted and sloping arches of what appears to be an almost rotted or fetid bayou. you see a pale bluish pinkish pool at the center between this bayou-like space and this writhing forest with draping willowy canopies and these stilted wooden homes and thatched roofs. You see this sort of cavernous ceiling up above appears to be covered with vines and mosses and draping flowers. You see a few paces ahead, right on the edge of this pool, what appears to be two large toads ribbiting as they breathe in deep sort of breaths. And you see hopping now on the grove's grass, there appears to be these little reddish bluish poison dart frogs hopping along. You see clambering up in the draping canopy, pinkish squirrel-like creatures with pointed horns at the top of their foreheads. You see bouncing around between the grasses amidst the sort of low burrows and sort of lower thatchy bushes. You see what appear to be small rabbit-like creatures. You see snakes hanging from tree canopies alongside birds as well as other woodland creatures. The place appears to be thriving with life, and you can also see blossoming off of some of the trees these almost parasitic orchids, as well as these overgrown fungi, these draping mosses and lichens. It seems to be a biome in perfect harmony, teetering on the edge of overgrowth as well as death at the same time. You see, amidst sort of the fog that sort of begins to roll off of the central pool, that there appear to be small little boats floating on the pool as well, and hanging from the cavern above, almost like stalactites. You see, oddly enough, despite the warmth of this space, some icy, long icicles that seem to be drooping down as well. You think you hear distant roaring thunder, despite the fact that you are clearly within an indoor and yet somehow outdoor space. You see both of the women seem to look towards each other. The one with the bun gives a nod towards the other before you see that she seems to almost vanish from sight, and in her wake a series of birds fly off and a bunch of snakes seem to slither away amidst the long grasses. The butterfly-faced individual steps slightly closer to you and says, "You have made a decision. You must make one more. To be part of Deadwood is to seize power beyond understanding, to play with the nature of life itself and act as its protector. To be the powerful wind force gale, the tsunami, the earthquake, the tornado, and also the first bud in spring. Can you do this?"
Absolutely.
"Then do it," she says very firmly. And you see as she sort of seems to look over you, like she's taking one last firm, assessing glance. "You
I'll meet
have
her
done
eyes.
much for Deadwood." As you look very firmly at her, there's almost like a... if her eyes could smile, you feel like they would. She says, "You have done much for Deadwood, and there will be a time where you are asked to do more. But for what you have done, the creatures you have freed, the land you have restored, you are thanked. a home for you can be found here. And she gestures vaguely towards the entire space. Wherever you would make it.
Am I able to walk in?
Absolutely. She doesn't stand in your way. As you venture inward, you find that the space itself is almost anything that you could imagine. There are all different sorts of plants and growths. The space is perfectly warm and has a strange, almost rainforesty humidity to it, and yet other areas feel dry and slightly cool. You find that there are sloping canopies of fallen trees, as well as growing and lively vegetation at the same time. There are other people around, which stands out to you. You see individuals dressed in primarily greenish or brownish clothes of various states of decorum and fancifulness. You see people wearing the furs of animals and leathers as well. You see a large drake being ridden by an individual with sort of long black hair and a swooping green cape, who seems to be almost like running while alongside what appears to be a very large deer. You see that there are individuals with like ram-like horns, who appear to have greenish tinged skin, who seem to be calling forth some sort of animal spirit, and they seem to be speaking to it. You see what appears to be an individual riding a large bee flying through the air overhead, and they seem to be drinking some sort of heavy drink, and chunks of something chunky are falling out of the large flagon that they're drinking from as they pass overhead. You find that your mind is distracted from your compatriots and what they may be up to at this point in time. You spend the entire day within the sort of secret area of the Deadwood Order. People around are friendly and quiet and reclusive at the same time. Some people seem to have the almost outgoing personalities of quick-speaking ways of hummingbirds, while others seem to be slightly more solitary and hidden away. You see people who seem to almost exist or have made their homes underneath the deep pool as well. No two people seem entirely alike here. Some seem to have hidden away in large trees. Others have made their homes in the sort of stilted village that seems to find its exist at the core of this space. And while you spend the day exploring it, you find that, oddly enough, this short trial was exhausting enough for you to curl up just at the foot of a tree. The space feels completely comforting to you, and there's something of home, but not in a negative light, that seems to linger here. When you wake the next day, you do find the impulse to go and find your peers, wherever they may be. While you choose to seek it out, let's turn to where your peers actually are at this moment. Can all of you go ahead and roll a d20? Everybody except for Boone, please.
Alrighty. Ah. Ayo.
Come on, Swan.
We got motion, twin.
Amidst the halls of Brave Hollow, it feels odd to be somehow watched by so many people around you. Having come through the dusty stacks of the library back out to the sort of central meeting hall and down into the training grounds where you had found Verthogdul and requested their help in healing Beacon. There are many sets of eyes on you as you pass by. The lot of you as healed as you could possibly be at this moment. There is the sting of something, some sort of anticipation for what you should do next that settles over all of you. You're not entirely sure if all eyes are truly on you or if there's just this strange self-awareness that seems to pass over your group. The words of the two guards seem to linger ever so powerfully in your mind, Alex. The fear of some sort of consequence or other negative impact seems to hover. As your group finds itself once more in this central space, you see a rested and somewhat fluffy-haired, perhaps bed-headed Boone seems to wander towards all of you. You're not sure what you'll say to her as she approaches.
Boone.
I'll walk up, yuck some phlegm into the ground.
It's good to see you, Boone.
Well, where have you been?
I fell asleep at the Deadwood area.
Oh my
You
god,
able
you...
to get into the Deadwood.
I believe so. Had me do some
Congratulations.
trial or something. Killed a pig.
Oh.
It sounds brutal, but I'm glad that you got in.
You guys get any crazy tests or something?
Yeah, mine was more about a tree, but I got in as well.
I'll give you a
Yep.
nod. That, for the first time, does not seem condescending.
Oh. A tear wells up in his eye.
Never mind.
Yeah, I was in a bookcase or something like that.
Did you get out?
Well, I'm here.
I'll note that our shift weaves have been altered. I'm assuming Rowan's and Boone's for Deadwood and Rykard's for VC.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then I'll
Rowan's...
kind of look very obviously over to Beacon and Alex's garbs.
Looking over their clothes, Boone, you do notice that they have a different color, but as you look over them, they almost appear inky in a way.
I'll walk up and I will poke Beacon's robe straight in the chest.
Oh.
Does the ink react at all?
As you poke it, you sort of draw your hand away and you see, despite the fact that you poked it in sort of a more sort of topazy spot, as you draw your hand away, a little bit of black ink stays on your fingertip, but only the slightest bit.
What house is that?
It's a liar song. When that, I think that happened because we're not technically in liar song yet.
We're still working on that right now.
You missed out on a lot of crazy things, Boone.
Crazy?
Yeah, the Alex and I did not pass the.
Perhaps we should not be talking about this right now.
Right.
Alex just kind of like looks around, like still kind of feeling those eyes, kind of watching them. And he's going to take out that long and thin dagger that they found in their room. Kind of hold on to it a little bit, look it over. Is there anything like discernible about it? Does it just look like a regular dagger? Does it look like one of our daggers?
Looking over it, it appears to be a almost like extremely thin, almost stiletto-like dagger. But it's only about the size of like the length of your finger. It's quite small and stubby. You can see that there's a little bit of filigree on the blade itself. That reminds you of sort of like swooping pen strokes. Aside from that, doesn't look like anything you've really seen before.
Okay. I'll just kind of hold on to it a little bit more tightly. And some of that glow that's around Alex just gets a little bit brighter as kind of straightens himself out a bit. I'm gonna take a deep breath and cast Enhance Ability on myself for Charisma. Feeling just a little bit more confident holding onto this dagger.
All right. You feel your nerves almost settle a little bit as a strange confidence, magically conjured, settles over you.
It is very good to hear that you got in though, Boone.
What's the knife for?
It was found in our room.
Like as a threat?
Did you? That is an excellent question. Perhaps a threat in a manner of speaking.
What?
It was just found with the other invitations. When you got your invitation, was it just Deadwood, or did you receive the other ones as well?
Ray. Hi, Ray.
You recall that you had received 3 letters.
Oh.
However, one of them appeared to be a scroll that had almost like velvet all over it, and the other appeared to be a letter that had a wax seal on it. The wood one is the one that called to you the most, as there appeared to be something about it that simply spoke to you compared to the other two. You do recall that Hivernal was the one who answered the door, however, and seemed to be looking over the other 2 letters.
There were 3 of them under our door.
Right. Well, we had 2 that were pinned to the ceiling with this dagger.
Oh, I think ours were just under the door. Like a newspaper. One was like fuzzy, and the other was like a fancy letter. And then the Deadwood one was a piece of bark. I'll turn to Rowan. How'd you kill your pig?
Oh, it wasn't a pig. They showed me a big tree. It was a rowan tree. It looked a lot like the one that I was found under, but it had a sort of blight about it. It told me that if left unchecked, it would sicken the whole glade. I was planning on trying to destroy it, or uproot it, I guess, but I just remembered what a lively one looked like, and I was able to heal it.
And it worked?
And it worked, yeah. Captain, how are you, I think? She seemed quite pleased. The other one, not so much. I think because I kind of alluded to destroying it first. She said something like, word is bond. That's not what you said. But they were happy nonetheless. Then they made me break this big stone thing.
Oh, I did that.
Well, I'm glad you got in.
Thanks.
You,
What are their names? How you and
How you Yifen and Layat Erstrand.
Rowan pulls out his book and he writes that down.
Yeah, I didn't ask.
You had a boar that you had to kill?
Yeah, I was sick.
Hmm. Rowan just kind of nods knowingly. Well, what are you doing now? Can you come with us again? We were sort of in the middle of Beacon and Alex's test thing, or cleaning up what happened, I guess.
Are we allowed to? Ain't it gotta be like a solo thing?
Oh, well, I don't think we're gonna go in. We probably shouldn't do that anymore, but... well, I don't know, are you guys ready to go talk to your captain?
I think we probably shouldn't keep them waiting.
Okay, I'm bored.
Definitely not.
Just kind of
Lead
shrugs.
the way.
We can just wait outside.
Right, but yeah, I think that would probably be best.
I'll fill you in on what happened, Boone.
Thank you. It is very much not a whisper.
All right. Are you intending to head back to the sort of hidden area where you had met with Captain Nils and Captain Everson before?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Yep.
All right. As you begin heading back that way, you notice a few of the eyes around seem to move away for the most part. People return to the training grounds, resume their drills, their various activities there. You see that a new meal is being served up over by the Memento, by Urgul, the large troll who feeds the entirety of Brave Hollow, or at least from what you've seen. You notice that there are several people, a group of about 12 or so people that seem to make their way directly towards the library. You notice that most of them appear to be from Vermilion Crest. There's one person from Liar Song that joins with them. You can see that at the Memento, there appear to be less people than there were the day before. But you can see Lucan seems to be speaking with a familiar sort of stout halfling with curly golden yellow hair. But as you begin to make your way back towards that sort of central pool and the hidden waterfall, you all hug your way along the stone wall. Who do you intend to pass through the waterfall?
I think just Alex and Beacon.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just Alex and Beacon, I think.
Yeah, we'll just like sit down against a wall, and Rowan will like quietly kind of fill Boone in on what happened over the course of the last day.
I want some slop.
Yeah.
I want breakfast slop.
All right, so are the rest of you going to the Memento then?
Yeah, I guess.
Hell yeah.
All right, as you line up for Urgul's newest creation, Rowan, Rykard, you begin to fill Boone in. But Alexios and Beacon, as you tuck your way behind the waterfall, the sort of familiar sound of the piano begins to sort of echo through the space once more. You can see, again, these strange pipes that seem to echo out a almost whistling song through the space, somewhat muffling the sound of the piano. You see the swirling stone staircase that seems to connect to that arched, almost balcony space where you had met with Captain Nils as well as Captain Everson before. As it opens up, once more you are met with this open, almost excessively opulent marble and stone, elegant swirling gold, silver, and brass filigree on the ground. You see that arched stairway that seems to lead back upwards, and you see that elegant statue once more. Is there anything you'd like to do before heading up to the area where you assume the captains await you?
Mm, Take Alex's hand, and I'm gonna give it a squeeze. I'm gonna tell him, whatever happens when we get up there, be okay. Get through it together.
Alex just kind of sighs and squeezes your hand back. That is more than enough for me. As long as we are together.
And smiles a little at that. Okay, let's go.
As you both pass through the space, now entering into this sort of open area fully, you hear the roar of a bubbling fountain. You see the intricately carved statues, and you see that sloped double staircase. Do you both split up once more, or do you both walk up the same side?
I think this time I'd like to walk up together. What do you think?
Same thing. Together.
As you both walk up the sort of slightly curved staircase together, once more you crest the stairs and you see that grand piano sort of sitting at the head of the stairs. Although you hear sound coming from it, you notice that Captain Everson is not sitting at the bench as he had been before, but rather you can see that he seems to be seated almost in a slightly lounging type way, a little closer to a large stained glass window that seems to have some sort of almost artificial, soft or cold light passing through. It almost seems like moonlight flooding the space. You see that he has a quill, a large, sort of opulent, almost ostrich feather looking one. And he has a slate behind a long piece of parchment that he appears to be scrawling some sort of note on. He's seated on what appears to be almost somewhere between like a chaise longue and a like day bed. And as you approach, you see that he sort of sits up somewhat and he sets both aside. You notice that the slate as well as the quill both just seem to hover in the air. He gestures with a somewhat almost dismissive gaze for you to come closer.
Yeah, we'll come
Yeah,
closer.
I'll come closer.
As you approach, you get to be about 3 paces away from him before you notice that he gestures for you to stop. He seems to look over both of you with those deep brown eyes and seems to let out a little bit of a sigh before he gestures almost like a conductor forcing an orchestra to continue playing. I heard that you retrieved the necklace.
Yes, that's we did.
We did, and I will use telekinesis to pull it out from my pocket and just kind of have it like hover in the air between us.
He sort of gestures for you to bring it closer to him.
I will. I'll let it kind of slide. If he's like holding a hand out, then I'll put it in like his hand or anywhere nearby.
As it settles down in his hand, you see as he seems to look over it appraisingly. He looks over the sort of central purplish crystal in which there appears to be a butterfly housed, and he turns the actual necklace side to side. You notice that as it touches his hand, he suddenly quickly looks over it, but there's a strange look in his face. What is your passive perception again, Alex?
Mine is 16.
Right. There's almost a pained look on his face for but a second before he sets the necklace down on the cushion beside him. He crosses the leg over another, sort of settling it, and then seems to lean a little forward, puts his hands on one of his knees, and says, I heard that the mirror did not fare quite so well.
It did not, no.
And that you yourself did not in kind. It is
That
good to
is
see you
correct.
standing in one piece.
Thank you, sir.
Others have certainly fared better. Others have also fared far worse. I would like to hear how you feel that this particular trial went, in your own words and in your own time.
Um, it certainly could have gone much better.
It also could have gone much worse as well. I think ultimately we have accomplished what you asked of us. We proved that we could gather information quickly and discreetly, which was part of the test. Otherwise, I assume you would have told us. We learned the location of the catacombs, where the item was being kept, and we went through as few people as possible to do so. We also made sure that we were well prepared for the journey ahead. We followed your advice, operating in the shadows to sneak inside the catacombs and avoid anything unnecessarily dangerous. And Alex will kind of look over to Beacon. But there was no way that we could have predicted that the Medusa was the one holding on to the pendant. So we were taken by surprise, yes, despite our initial caution. But I think ultimately we remained calm, attempted to speak to the creature, and we did learn some information from her. Though we do apologize for the mirror. That was not how it was intended to go. But we retrieved what we were told to, and we were able to leave without the Vermilion Crest knowing it was us. And as you pointed out, we have also solved the issue of Beacon's petrification without any intervention being necessary. So we know who to speak to in Brave Hollow to get things done fairly discreetly and efficiently, though I'm sure that it could have gone better. But as I said, we've accomplished what you set us out to do, and we did use the methods of Lyre Song to the best of our abilities. I'm not saying that we did not make mistakes, that there are not areas for improvement. Mistakes are always bound to be made, especially while we are still learning the dynamics and the dangers here on the island. But it's how those mistakes are handled that shows who you are in the face of dire circumstances, and also what we are capable of. And I know that you know that we are capable of succeeding in Lyre Song. Otherwise, you wouldn't have trusted us with this task in the first place.
Roll a persuasion check. It'll be a flat roll.
Sounds good. Holy shit, 26.
Oof.
You see his sort of almost passive, um, inexpressive face. There's like a slight twitch to his lip before he turns to look towards Beacon. And he says, "And what do you have to say for the experience in the catacombs?"
Well, my experience in the catacombs, were a bit more limited than Alex's, but I think many of the same points remain. We were able to gather information about the whereabouts of the pendant and what we could look out for, and we did it discreetly. We managed to sneak into the catacombs unnoticed, and to my understanding, we were able to escape unnoticed without Vermilion Crest knowing that it was our group that was there. Um, again, the Medusa did catch us off guard, and I regret I was not able to prevent her from being broken. That I do regret that. But I hope that either way, I believe that we were able to use the skills of Liar Song, of subterfuge and persuasion and deception to receive this necklace, even if it wasn't in the intended way. I hope that that is apparent in our attempt. And if it isn't, if this attempt isn't enough, I hope that you would be willing to give us a second chance to truly prove that we can not only belong, but we can thrive here in Liar Song.
He seems to look over you with consideration, as though he's weighing different points that you've made, and seems to almost give a slight nod to himself. He gestures for the two of you to sit, and you see that as he does, almost as though springing forth out of nowhere, you see two sort of deep black cushions set upon a golden filigree. These two stools seem to appear about 4 or so paces ahead of him for the pair of you to sit.
I'll go and take a seat.
So, yeah, I guess we're sitting.
Where he sort of steepled his hands, he says, "Captain Niels thinks that neither of you are prepared for the true challenges of being Eliasson. You did not notice his presence until quite late in your mission. And although you are correct in saying that you were initially able to navigate the challenge in a manner that was anticipated and befitting Liasson, there were moments where it seemed that neither of you kept your wits about you, despite the challenges that arose. To be in Liasson," he stands, and you see that he sort of begins to walk around his own sort of spot. He reaches into what seems to be just empty space, but you notice that as he reaches out, he seems to open a cabinet that appeared to be invisible to the eye. And now that it is open, you can see that held within, there's a series of different bottles and phylacteries not phylacteries, but glass cases or glass bottles, crystal glasses, and various other bits and bobs and bags and jars. As he reaches within, he seems to pull something out. It appears to be a crystal bottle filled with something of orangish color, and you see that he also seems to grab a sort of red wine looking a decanter that seems to hold red wine in it. He goes and he takes his seat again. Being Liarsong is to face adversity in a way that the other orders simply do not understand. To hide your true intentions, be able to, at the same time, plaster a smile on your face. To learn all the information there is to know and yet share none of it. To gain power in the secrets and hearts that you hold. You said that our way is deception. He gestures towards you, Beacon, and that is not inaccurate. And yet there is an honesty to us. I recognize a naive honesty in the pair of you. He hands the bottle over to you, Beacon, but doesn't explain what it is. He takes his seat once more.
Okay,
Do
okay,
either of you... Go ahead, Beacon.
No, I was just can I like look over the bottle?
Absolutely. Go ahead and roll an Arcana check.
Okay. Arcana, that's a 9.
Looking over it, it's probably something magical, but exactly what it is, you're not entirely sure. And you have a feeling that it's not meant to be drank right now.
Cool. I'll just hold on to it.
When Captain Nils followed the pair of you, he wrote quite a scathing report. They are not as amenable to your presence here as I am. They prefer people who are far more skilled in the arts of subterfuge than the pair of you have displayed as of yet. And yet, I feel that the greatest statues are the ones that sing within the stone before they are even carved. Do either of you know why I invited you? Out of all the people in her hallowed Clofodian Empire, why the pair of you?
I looked at Alex for a second. No, I would not believe we do.
I cannot say that I do either. But
He...
could I like try to like ascertain like what answer he might be like expecting here?
Sure, go
I
ahead and roll a
guess.
history check.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
History. Interesting. You know what? Unlucky point. Unlucky point that. Just want to impress you. Oh, okay, 10. 10, 10, 10, 10.
It's not 7.
Alex, you feel like there's lots of reasons he could have selected the pair of you, from your lineages and the prestiges of your own homes, or your households, I should say, to the actions that you took while back in school, but you can't pinpoint any one specific reason. He gestures over the pair of you and says, I've, of course, heard of your exploits as schoolboys, the investigations that you had done there. It did not benefit you in any way to reveal the information that you did, to stick out your necks, and yet you did it regardless. He sort of swirls the crystal decanter that he took out and sets it on a side table. There is a rot, a shadow, as it were, in Liasol. Despite our best efforts, those that we tend to attract are not as honest as I would hope. Although the goal of Brave Hollow is to behave in a at least somewhat selfless manner. People hear of the exploits of great adventurers and think that they'll turn a quick coin, or suddenly be the voice in a king's ear. I recognize that despite your upbringing, despite the pampering and the fighting and the drills, despite General Zavoy and despite Ambassador Dusk, the pair of you still decided to stick your necks out. You risked yourselves for little more than the truth. I recognized your integrity. And of course, I heard about the blowback and the fallout. All the damage to your reputations. All the scraping and scrounging and hiding and cover-ups that the heads of your households had to do to keep the pair of you safe. I sent you floating off in a little boat all the way out to this little island, just to keep you safe. Well, I respect what you did. I need people who are willing to stick their necks out. People who are willing to be brave. It took courage to come and face me. It took courage to confess that you struggled. And indeed, it took courage to try to persuade me away from what Captain Nils said. But there is a small piece of truth in what they told me. You are largely inexperienced. This does not mean that you are without talent, nor that you will not be inducted into Liasol. It does, however, mean that I have yet to see the full capacity of your skills. But perhaps a closed setting, controlled and each variable considered, is not where you thrive. Perhaps you need true stakes, not a bauble that I require fetching, to truly show me what you can do. You may, of course, keep your colors. He gestures to your outfits, if you deem them fit and you deem it wise. But as I previously said, I think you'll find that very few are willing to turn a tongue or an ear towards Liasol. Not when we are the ones who keep an eye on everyone around us. I will turn your attention back to the original task that I issued towards you. He sort of almost seems to snatch at the paper that he'd been writing, and he holds it out towards the two of you.
I'll take it.
As you look over it, you see a list of names as well as a few bullet points of information. he says as a way of explanation. You'll recall your original task. Someone on this island is trying to get to the Pact of Kassarian, the one magically binding object that keeps both the hallowed Clodfiordian Empire and the Raiding Empire from returning to their warring ways. Many would stand to benefit from such a document being destroyed, and many try nearly every day to get their hands on it. And yet, this most recent infiltrator worries me. I have heard from contacts in both the hallowed Clodfiordian court as well as that of the Raiding Empire that moves are being made. Some sort of bold play to destroy the pact. On the piece of paper, you'll find a list of names. Recent inductees, or rather, initiates, and recently hallowed individuals. Should you require more information about any of them, I can give you a small piece of my time. You'll also find information that we know is factual about the infiltrator.
All right. Alex will quickly look it over the sheet. Sorry, just looking at the chat.
Looking over the list, you see sort of as
Oh.
he stated.
Jeez. Sorry, I wasn't on roll 20, so it just popped up.
You see that there is a list of initiates who have come to Brave Hollow, as well as people who have recently been inducted into orders. You also see a section that is bullet points that lists off information that is factually known about the infiltrator. You see the first point is someone who likely has a connection to the Hallowed Clodfiordian Empire or the Raiding Empire, or some other motive to instigate the war. Someone capable of powerful magic while also being subtle enough to pass through multiple spaces unnoticed. Someone who had access or was able to access the Aeronaut Archive, which they entered. They used King's Flame flowers in the ink on their missive, and they used a symbol of a swirl to sign their missive.
I'm not sure if this is a
I did-
question for Harry or for Captain Everson, but what is King's Flame flowers?
Roll a nature, arcana, or history check.
Ooh.
Let's do Arcana.
I also have a question. I don't know if it's for Everson or for you, Harry, but what's the Aeronaut Archive?
Roll a history check.
Okay.
And sorry, that
Oh.
should say which. That should actually have a date in it. It should say which they entered on the 49th of Marrow.
Okay.
So let me add that in there. All right. Beacon, you're not sure what the Aeronaut Archive is, but you assume that it's some sort of archive that's probably not super easy to get into. Alexios, thinking about the King's Flame flower, you know that it is a flower that is sometimes used in some powerful spells. It is a spell component. To the best of your recollection, it's pretty hard to acquire, but you aren't 100% sure why. You know that it is often used in spells that involve fire.
Do we have any idea of where they might have gotten the King's Flame flower? Or why they would have easy access to it?
Everson sort of seems to give a almost congenial nod to that. I fear that that is a question that you will have to answer. King's Flame flowers are hard to acquire. as they only grow in areas of pure darkness and decay. They're not typically found growing out in the wild due to the harsh conditions in which they do thrive. They cost a significant amount of coin to acquire. You are likely looking at either someone who is talented in growing such rare specimens, perhaps someone who hails from an area where they grow wildly and freely, or perhaps one who holds many coins.
Could you tell us what the Aeronaut archive is?
He gives another nod and says, "The Aerojaunt Archive is an area that is only frequented, or ought only be frequented, by members of Vermilion Crest. It is one of many archives and holding chambers in which they hide myriad items. The Aerojaunt Archive is primarily filled with items that appear flashy and important, and yet hold far less magical significance than other places. It's something of a decoy for any would-be thieves. Perhaps the person who went into the Aerojaunt Archives is not the infiltrator that you seek, or they were exploring and attempting to figure out where the Vermilion Crest keeps its finer things."
Based on his description of that archive, does it sound like the place that we had entered from the Eastern Outpost?
It's possible.
I'm checking what day it is today in game. Ah, no, not again. Okay, real quick, what day is it today? OneNote's being stupid.
Yeah, no worries. Today would be, I believe, the 52nd or the 53rd. I think 53rd of Marrow, right, Chris?
It should be the 53rd.
53rd. So
53rd?
4
Okay.
days ago.
Okay, cool.
What were we doing 4 days ago?
I think we were out in
In
the
the wild.
wilderness. Still.
We were. That was when Boone went missing. Or the day before Boone went missing.
Wait, isn't today the
That
54th?
was-
Is it the? I'm not
I think it's
sure.
Yeah. I think the 54th is right.
54th
Let me change
today.
it.
Yeah.
54th. Okay.
Okay, 54th.
All right. Yeah. On the 49th, what happened on the 49th? Okay, so that was our first day out. After at the main lodge. Okay. From the main lodge.
So we went in for stands. Okay.
And for under the section of recently hollowed, you mentioned that Everson had notes about each person. Did he mention what order they got inducted into?
He can if you ask him.
Okay, yeah. I would then for each person listen here.
He sort of gives a genteel nod as you ask, and he says, "Dayan of Havs Parchilev has joined the Deadwood Order. They hail from the hallowed Clothiodian Empire. Hazan Brea has joined Vermilion Crest. Believe that they originally hail from Akosi. Getold Leith von Radilim has joined Vermilion Crest, and, as you may assume from their name, likely comes from the raiding empire. Clementis Phryne is also a Deadwood member. They have come from the city-state of Echialos on the island of Victazol Unitas. Ramus Sarth has joined Vermilion Crest and comes originally from Agna by way of the Free Irons. Xantha of House Bowen has joined Liason. They have come from the hallowed Clothiodian Empire. although I typically do not cast suspicion on my own members for such things. They have recently become rather isolated, which, given the timing, appears suspicious. Although I do not know them to typically be one that is particularly skilled in the art of subterfuge and sneaking. As for the other initiates, I of course have less information about them, only what I have heard whispers of, and those under my purview have as well. Illyria Lugernin von Riddlestay hails from near Riddlestay Flow, around the area of Seville. A talented dancer, I believe that she has made her way here with the hopes of either joining our order or the Vermilion Crest. Euandros Greymore comes from Victorzol Unitas, although I have found out little about exactly where and why he has come here. Steelan Veka Thunderlord is a loud-mouthed individual from the wilds. It is typical for Thunderlords to find their way here in the hopes of making coin or being of use, although they don't tend to stick around for quite as long as they hope. Wergilt Zweihander von Disternis also hails from the Raiding Empire. I believe that my information may not be up to date, as I think that they have recently been inducted into the Vermilion Crest. Their motives for joining are unknown to me. Havernal Hreimod is also something of a mystery to me, as they seem to rarely leave the barracks in which the initiates stay, save to gain a meal or to embark on a quest. I believe, to the best of my knowledge, that they come from Lanaday, although they have not said as such, as best as I know. Griffo Golumpkin comes from the Free Irons. They appear to be a travelling entertainer, or perhaps something of the like. Brownlock, I have no information about. And as such, they have not been included on this list. That is not to say that they are not suspicious, but they don't quite seem the subtle or circumspect sort.
No, we have met them. I believe they intend to join Deadwood.
He just sort of gives a nod.
There was another question. There was an individual traveling with, I believe, the Steelan, perhaps Virgolt, and Hivernal, at least. When we first arrived to the main lodge, we did not get a chance to look at their face. They had a gray cloak on them, but we have not heard or seen anything of them since. Have you heard anything about this individual?
He sort of gives just the briefest momentary frown before his face returns sort of placid. I drew the names from the list that was provided to me by Lucan. If another person was in attendance, Lucan himself may not have been aware of their presence or was unable to get down any identifying information about them. But this is most curious. Perhaps speaking with those individuals will reveal something to you.
That was my next plan, yes. Thank you.
Captain Everson, sir, I do have a question. How would I be certain that the individual trying to get the pack of Kasarian is a new initiate or a recently hollowed individual?
You will
Is
learn
it?
in time, Beacon, that I cannot reveal all of my sources. Know this. It is, in fact, from a reliable source that I have learned this information. One that would not lead me in a false direction. He is to be trusted, but I will not reveal where or who he is.
Very well.
Another question. More so, to do with once we do find this infiltrator, what would be the best thing, to do? Would it be, to let you know, to incapacitate them, to bring them to you? What is expected in that case?
I trust that you will use your discretion and you will determine the best course of action. Typically, a name is brought forth to myself and Captain Nils, and we resolve the issue.
Very well. Hmm. I cannot think of any other questions right now. Do you have any other questions, Alex?
No, I do not believe I do at the moment, but these are very good leads, to go off of. And I will run my hand across the paper, and the tattoo that's on my arm will glow, and I will say Beacon's name, and Everson will see that the ink vanishes for him, as now it is now only legible to myself and Beacon.
You don't see necessarily like a look of surprise over his face, but you do see almost like an appreciative look. He then stands once more and he gestures towards the piano. He stands and reaches sort of into where the strings are, and you see that he retrieves what look to be two small, almost pendants. He approaches the pair of you, and with a whiff of what smells almost like a dark, sort of black orchid type smell, he pins to each of your lapels a small pendant. He says, "Consider this to be probationary." With a word, Captain Nils could have you stripped of that which I bestow upon you. Be cautious and learn from this experience, as your Vahidis asks you to do. Employ subtlety and discretion, please.
Thank you, sir. Again, will nod.
Thank you for this second chance. We will not disappoint you.
Find the infiltrator. And then he sort of steps away and seems to almost give a very dismissive hand wave as he returns back to his seat. The conversation clearly over.
Harrison, is there like a table nearby, or like any kind of service other than the piano?
Only the small side table that is right beside where he's sitting.
Okay. Then I'll take the dagger that I was holding on to, and I'll use telekinesis to set it down gently onto the table. Before we go, this was left in our room, and I think it should be given back to whoever it belongs to. I have a feeling you might know who.
He looks over it, and again, this sort of unreadable face just gives a small nod and says, "I will see it returned."
Right, Alex nods. And we'll just look over to Beacon, make sure that he's ready to go as well.
He's ready to go. He gives you a nod.
All right. Then yeah, we'll head out.
Right. As you all head back to the memento, the trio who remained behind, what have you three been up to?
We're trading beanie weenies.
Yeah, just munching.
Munchin and
All right.
filling Boone in.
Good fucking slop.
As you eat your food and wait for your companions to come, is there anything specific you want to discuss?
I don't think so.
You see
Yeah, I got
coming,
nothing.
you see coming over to your table where you've been waiting for about 30 so minutes,
Oh, that wasn't long.
Beacon and Alex approach.
How do they look? Just as they're walking up.
A little, very relieved. I think. Um, he can at least seems a lot calmer than he was before.
Yeah, Alex as well. Very relieved. Also still kind of looking over those notes. So you see just like he's staring at like a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, as soon as gets over, Beacon, wherever there's like a free seat, he just like plops down, just goes like,
Hey, you guys survived? Still in your colors too?
I don't know how we made it, but we did.
Do not have any
At
doubts.
least,
So, like, what happened? Were they totally pissed?
not as best as I thought they would be.
Well, one of them might be, but they weren't there, so
That's
You gave him
fortunate.
the necklace, right?
of course.
Sweet.
Were you in?
Yes.
He's still inky. And I'll poke Beacon. Is there
Um,
ink on my finger?
there shouldn't be.
Sweet.
But
We are told that it's a bit of a probationary period, but I think for now we're in the clear, so that's
yes,
Oh,
the other
that's
quest that
good.
we mentioned to you a few days ago still needs to be accomplished.
What about that pact thing?
Yeah.
yes.
Please don't speak about this too loudly, but yes.
Mm.
But thank you, Record and Rowan, for your help today with our trial. I really do mean this when I say that we probably couldn't have done it without either of you.
Yeah, happy to help. I sort of feel
Alex mean that when he says that.
like. What do you think?
I don't know.
I sort of feel like we partially helped you screw it up, so I'm sorry for that. I wasn't really expecting what we walked into.
We weren't either. So
None of us were.
Yeah, what was
we
that
just had the
thing
powers
in
of
the mirror?
premonition.
It was a Medusa. She said this. She said she was a Medusa.
Yeah, what the? I mean, I didn't really get to look at her. What? Beacon, what did it look like?
Probably for the best.
I don't know. It was kind of like I saw her like very briefly, and then nothing. So I don't know. She was a little green.
Oh,
That's all I remember.
it was like a woman,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
not like a bull, like in the cave.
I think those
no,
are
it was
No, I think they're
Gorgons?
different things.
He seemed
Oh.
quite offended when I equated her to one, so I guess they're different.
If you equated me to a large metal bowl, I would consider it a compliment.
That's what I'm saying. That thing was a
But
beast.
yeah, I didn't mean it in a mean way. I was just sort of trying to get her to talk about her powers, I guess, if she could really help Beacon or not.
Do you guys turn into one of those things?
Mm.
A mirror?
Nah, the bull, the rope, the
uh,
mechanical thing.
maybe like a
Are you
real
asking if we
bull.
can turn into a machine
I don't know what you can turn into.
I don't know if those are machines or not. I think they're
and
just
we're
metal.
gonna
Uh,
keep it that way?
Does that mean that thing, the Medusa, she's like dead or like trapped somewhere?
I don't know. It sounded like they could just repair the mirror after, so perhaps she is still in the mirror but cannot be let out. I don't know.
Hmm.
But it sounded like it was not completely, like it did not
Like
destroy
she's
her.
in jail?
That's good.
I
I
mean-
guess.
Something like that.
I mean, if she is dead, good riddance. If she's back, then I guess welcome back. I don't know.
Apparently, they kind of need her for whatever trial this is.
It's kind of a crazy trial to put on some initiates.
Yeah, does everyone do that? Couldn't
Uh,
y'all just kill a pig?
Or like save a tree.
That would be nice.
I think Slayer's song is a bit more complicated than that.
Quite a bit.
You guys got
Do you
the
think we're
hard
not
one.
complicated?
Like, sorry,
Calling
what-
us simple.
Just more steps involved. But perhaps we should treat this as a lesson going forward that we need to consider our approaches to the problems we'll be facing very carefully if we want to keep a good standing with all of the orders. Especially
I
if we
was
take a
gonna
job
say-
for a certain one.
Absolutely.
I mean, I thought we were just not gonna look at mirrors, but okay, keep that in mind too.
So do you gotta do like it again?
No. No. We are just working on the other thing that we had spoken about.
Oh yeah.
Have you guys gotten anywhere on that?
We got a little bit more information. That's honestly I would like to spend some time looking into. And we would welcome your help again.
You want me to kill the
Bit.
person or something?
What was that paper?
No.
Don't kill anyone. Wait, sorry, what did you say, Reinhardt?
That paper. What was it?
It's a piece of paper.
Okay. He just gave you a blank piece of paper?
I mean, we got blank pieces
I
of
need to
paper
get
yesterday.
Lloyd,
I narrow my eyes at Alex.
Alex is very obviously lying.
please. Is it college ruled or wide ruled?
Mm. Hmm.
Okay. I guess tell me about it later. So what now?
Good idea.
I was gonna say, what does this mean for all of us now? What do we do next?
What are we?
Maybe have to talk to our individual chapter captains. I don't know.
I have two.
Maybe Lucon.
Me too.
Rowan has two. Yeah.
Do I have two? Hold on.
We all have two chapter captains.
Who's my other one?
Basilic, Winche. We met
Oh,
him.
that's right. Yeah.
Lucky.
Haven guy.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But I would rather avoid picking up any quests until we focus on what we are doing for Liar Song. It sounds quite urgent now.
And what are we doing for Liar Song?
Alex just kind of gives you a look.
Like our next steps, I mean.
Still need to figure that out.
Oh my god.
Talking to people. Actually, Boone, you might be quite helpful with this.
With talking to people?
She's really
yes.
good at that.
Crack my knuckles.
She could be.
I can
Oh.
deliver a talking to.
Could you talk maybe just a little bit more to your roommate? Like, just get to know like a little bit more about her, who she is,
Are
who
you
she's been
assigning
traveling
me
with.
to make friends?
If it is not too much trouble.
Maybe a
You
date.
seem
I
to at
don't
least
know.
get along.
What do you need to know?
I've spoken to her like once, twice.
Oh, I really liked her the other day. She seems very sweet and normal.
She's alright.
That seems like a very high compliment from you.
It does seem like a very high compliment.
The fuck is that supposed to mean?
Nothing.
Hmm.
What did you need to know?
For now, just the basics, really. Who she's been traveling with, just a little bit about herself.
Well, she was looking at the invites for a Liar Song and the other one.
The
When,
Vermilion Crest.
when I talked to her though, she didn't really seem like the Liar Song one, like she expected it was for her. I sort of assumed that it was, and she was kind of like, oh, not really. So maybe she's the Vermilion Crest. Maybe that's the one she's trying to join.
Maybe.
And has anyone met this Virgilt?
Oh yeah, I talked to them just before I talked to Hyvenol.
That's the one with the
What
face,
the hell's
right?
a weregilt?
They are a bit prickly, maybe. I mean, they were nice.
Like
They
a porcupine?
like
Like
they
a werepine?
no, like a person, but they
A
just
manticore?
didn't really want to help me very much, which is understandable. I mean, we didn't know them. I think they're joining the Vermilion Crest. When I showed them the missives that I'd received, they said they've received one just like it, and the other two weren't of interest to them. They're a bit standoffish, but that was kind of all I got from them.
God, Vermilion Crest after Vermilion Crest.
Obviously, something's wrong with them if they ain't want to talk to you.
Thank you.
Is that another compliment?
Yeah, definitely.
You're on a roll today. What's going on with you, man?
We're all friends, and now Boone and I are in the same order, right? You know that we're
Must be some good sleep you got. Can I
Slept on
punch
a
you in the
lily
arm?
pad.
that sounds awesome.
That does sound awesome.
That does sound very cool.
What? That does sound kind of cool. Yeah. What's been cool?
So you're suspicious of those two, or
Not we just need to get more information about them. There are a few others
Because
here
you're
as well.
suspicious.
who else?
Harrison, as we're like talking about this, hopefully in like low voices, can I just quickly make sure that none of these people are around as we're talking?
I'm spelling out everybody's name in beanie weenies on the table.
They're all at the next table, just looking at us.
Go ahead and roll a perception check.
Receive.
What did I get? 14.
You do notice Griffo is still sitting at the bar where they had been when your friends first came over, and does actually seem to be looking at your group. Seems to be like drinking some hot steaming drink, and looking towards your group. Maybe he's listening to your conversation or trying to, but he's pretty far away. He's about 20 feet away from where your group is currently gathered. You do also notice that there's a group of Vermilion Crest individuals who are all sitting at a nearby table. There's about 4 of them, but they seem to mostly be engrossed in what appear to be scrolls and maps that are laid out on their table. The only other person who stands out to all of you is a person wearing a gray cloak, whose back is sort of turned to all of you. They seem to be sort of sitting near the pool that you used to first sort of enter this space.
What do they smell like?
You're not very
What?
close to them.
Oh, I thought they were. Oh.
Yo, Griffo.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna give Griffo a wave and just smile.
The halfling sort of seems to blink a few times as if almost like zoning back in. And they sort of wave, and he hops down from where he was seated and sort of wobbles over to you and takes a seat beside Beacon at your table and says, "Oh, hi there. How's everybody doing?"
Hi,
Not too
we're doing
bad.
quite good. How are you?
Not too bad.
"I'm doing pretty good. Well, Griffo sort of seems to brush off the front of his clothes and says, "I've got a really good feeling about today.
Oh,
Yeah.
What's going on today?
Well, you see, I got my letters, and let's just say things went really well. Uh, I see congratulations are in order for all of you folks too." He sort of gestures at all of your clothes.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is Griffo wearing?
is Griffo's clothes change, or is he still wearing initiate robes?
He appears to be wearing his initiate robes. "I heard about everything that you've been doing out in the field. That's really exciting stuff. We took a bit of a trip outside of the walls the other day.
Oh, where
Who's
did you go?
we?
Well, Greymore and Illyria and we went off to the west, actually. We were
What did you do?
searching. Well, we were searching for some specific fungi. Apparently, they are used to create luminescent potions. It was mostly at the behest of Illyria that we went, but I found them to be quite interesting in my own right. They'll be quite useful going forward for some of the creations that I need to make. But I digress. It was very interesting, but I find that my skills are best used not necessarily on going out and harvesting plants. Not to say it wasn't helpful or useful or interesting, but it's not really my realm of expertise, per se.
What is your expertise?
Well, juggling knives, primarily, first and foremost. I'm able to
see
get
that.
into smaller spaces. Sometimes I can move about without being noticed quite so quickly, which is
Really?
always nice. Sometimes it's a little harder if you're staring at me, but
Interesting.
What house do you want to join?
well, uh, they are all quite promising, of course. But as I said, I've already been inducted into one.
What's that?
Well, I don't really know if I should say. You see, he sort of seems to blush a little bit. I was going to get into Liar Song, but it turns out something strange was happening with the trial they had in mind. So I actually had to do a slightly alternative activity. And, well, I shouldn't really outline the details of that. But they told me I was basically almost in, but I need to prove myself one or two more times. I'm hoping that Lucan will have a specific quest that might benefit their order so that I can do so.
I understand,
Gotcha.
and I hope he does for you.
What do I happen?
I heard something about a portion of the trial was broken.
What?
Somebody broke something, and, well, the item I was sent to retrieve apparently is no longer retrievable. But
How?
Illyria told me that it was for the best. She also embarked on the trial, I think. Anyway, she's been kind of tight-lipped about the whole thing recently. I know that Liar Song was her initial prospect and her hope, but something recently makes it seem like she wants to join Vermilion Crest. I'm not entirely sure why.
Not a bad place to be.
Well, from your completely unbiased perspective, of course, and he shoots you a little wink.
Absolutely. Nothing but unbiased information here.
It's odd, though. It seemed like her heart was quite set on Liar Song until, until we started getting all of the letters.
Wait,
Was
so that
she
you said
speaking
they
the letters that she didn't want to
Like I
join
said,
Liars?
that we all received invitations to all of the orders,
Of
and
course.
uh, she seemed to almost start either second guessing or perhaps she developed a different interest. As I said, we were sent out to get those mushrooms, and that required a good amount of research and understanding of the environment and also the best conditions in which they grew and how best to harvest them. She spent several days in that library, and it's almost as though she came out a changed woman, as it were. Perhaps research is what calls to her the most, but I don't know. At the same time, she's quite flashy. I don't know if Vermilion Crest is necessarily the place for someone like that, at least from what I've heard.
Yeah, Vermilion Crest, flashy. We don't do that. Not our thing.
because you're an expert.
Well, I only
Absolutely.
know by reputation. My apologies for asserting something else.
Nah, you're all good. What about Greymoor? What order is he in?
I don't think that he's actually completed a trial yet.
Really?
Maybe he's considering his options, but I haven't spoken to him today. Ours is more of a alliance of convenience, it seems. None of us are as close as I would like to be, but maybe with a little bit more time, it'll be like water on bread, and I'll turn them all to mush. And he gives a big smile.
I'm sure you will, Griffo.
I find that being in near-death situations with people tends to sort of bond you together.
Yeah, that
Or
helped with
turn
us.
you to mush, I suppose.
Wait, Grifo,
Um,
you said that they made you do something else for Liar Song?
I'm not sure that I should say. It is supposed to be quite secret, from my understanding. We're not supposed to go around telling everybody what we do.
Oh. I killed a pig.
Oh. Well, I'm sure you did a good job at that.
I did.
In like a mercy killing kind of way, she means, you know.
I snapped its neck.
Well, I don't judge. If that's how you get your food, that's how you do it. I mean, I've been known to eat a strip of bacon or two in my time.
I'll nod
Nothing wrong
sagely to
with
my
that.
beanie weenies.
Griffo, I just had a question for you. And I'll point over to the person wearing the gray cloak. Have you had a chance to speak to that person yet, or know who they might be?
Nope, I haven't the foggiest idea who that is.
Have you
Yes,
seen them
sir.
around a lot, or?
Not particularly, no.
No?
Like I
Okay.
said, I've mostly been spending time with Brownlock and Illyria and Greymoor. Tried to speak a little bit with that Thunderlord fellow. He's a interesting sort.
You could say
I
that
But
noticed
aside
you
again.
from
and
that,
Ulrika seem to get along.
um,
They seem to talk quite a bit.
I don't know. I haven't really been keeping an eye on all that. Been a lot more focused on keeping my head low and working, as it were. So,
What are you drinking?
herbal tea
Is that any good?
tastes like herbs.
Solid.
It's not really like the stuff that I drink back in the Free Irons. We have this drink. We call it motor oil.
Ooh.
Motor oil. What's in it?
Motor oil.
He doesn't know what
It's-
a motor is.
It's mostly multi-distilled tea that we put through multiple different filters, but it comes out black as the oil that artificers use on their devices. Hence, motor oil.
Huh.
It's almost molassesy, and it tastes a little like tar, but you develop a taste for it when it's all that you drink.
Bro, I bet you'd be all over that.
It does sound interesting. Might be better than the breakfast slop.
Hey, yeah.
I'm just saying.
Jealous he didn't get no beanie weenies.
Not really.
Well, I'm sure you all have much to do. I just wanted to come over and say hi. It seemed like you were deep in conversation, though, so I, of course, didn't want to intrude. But I wonder if Lucan has, well, received any other missives. Turns out that well, apparently there's lots of things back in the Free Islands that need doing, but I'm not so keen to leave the island just yet. I feel like I just got here. It seems like it would be silly for me to go back right away.
And there's a lot to explore and see here first.
I've heard that there's lots of ruins. I think that my skills could maybe be useful in such a circumstance. So, well, I need to speak to Greymore and Illyria and see if that's what they're interested in doing. Seems like a bad idea to go by myself. The only other thing of note that Lucan mentioned, at least to me, is that they're still looking for those two people that went missing. Apparently, it's been quite a while, so the people that they sent out the first time haven't come back either.
It does sound quite a bit concerning.
Yeah, it is kind of concerning, huh?
Yeah.
Are you going to look into it?
Probably not. I'm more interested in going into actual ruins. Besides, if other people who have more experience went missing, what am I supposed to do, you know? I'm not
Well, don't sell
exactly
yourself
super
short.
magically inclined, so...
I'm sure you'll be perfectly capable, Griffo.
Well, something to consider, but not really calling to me. Anyhow, I'm gonna go back to speaking to Lucan and see if I can, well, see if he's got anything else in the chamber, as it were. If not, I suppose I will, well, see if there's anything else around here I can do. Maybe I'll go speak to my captains or a higher ranked hollow and see if they've got something for me to do.
Well, there doesn't seem to be a
All right.
shortage of things to do, so
Good luck.
have some luck with that.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. And he sort of raises his cup
You
and
too.
heads back to the bar.
I'll raise it back to him. As he's walking away, is there? I'm gonna take a good look at him. There's no like liar song type filigree paraphernalia on it, right?
Roll an investigation check.
Okay.
It's on his thong.
Oh,
Yeah, it's long speaking up. 17.
Looking over him, there doesn't seem to be anything that is identifiably liar song to him.
Okay.
If if I look towards where the gray cloaked person was, are they still there?
As you look back over, they do seem to continue sitting for about a moment, but as your attention sort of focuses more on them, they seem to almost stand, and you see that they start walking away in the direction of the training grounds.
Hmm.
Do you think we should follow them?
I think that maybe we should. I don't know if all of
Okay.
us should follow them though, just in case.
Understandable. I'm gonna look around. Make sure that no one's looking or watching. And I'd like to cast invisibility on. Do you want both of us or?
Sure, yeah, it can be both of us.
Okay. Yeah, I'll cast invisibility on third level. Or
Roll a
on third level.
perception
At
check.
third level.
Roll a perception check. You said you wanted to see if anyone was
Oh
watching.
yes, I did. Yes, thank you.
a good number.
9 is a good number, but let's see if we can get it a little bit higher with an unlucky point.
There we go. ahead and roll
There's
it.
an unlucky point.
Not for
21!
Sam.
Looking around, you do see that the table of Vermilion Crest people, one of them seems to be looking over you. You're not sure if they're like looking at you or they're like looking past you in thought, though.
But yeah, before Sam, you do cast
sure.
invisibility. I was thinking maybe just like, because I don't know, as I feel like something we can do, like instead of like spying on them. He would be more like just try to talk to them to figure out what their deal is, and just like as a more friendly conversation. What do you think?
Nope, sorry, muted.
Oh.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, depending on what we want our approach to be.
Yeah, I'll try talking to them first and see, because I also don't want you to just waste a spell slot.
Okay, that's fair, and I should still have enhance ability up for a little bit.
Yeah.
Right. So, Beacon, you're following after the person?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
Not like super like obviously behind, really. But if they're heading towards the training grounds, I will also head in that direction.
Okay. So, Beacon, you follow after them, and as they reach the training grounds, you see they go to an area that's full of sort of sand, and a number of different hollow from various different groups seem to be honing their skills. Some are fighting against training dummies, some are sparring against one another. As they round a corner, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Okay. Perception. And I roll. Oh my god. Okay. 17.
17. You see as they round a corner, they seem to like hug alongside a wall. You can tell that they seem to almost try to blend in with their surroundings a little bit. And as they sort of take a seat up against one of the walls, you notice that they sort of hide behind a crowd of what appear to be a mix of primarily Deadwood individuals, but you also see a single Vermilion Crest individual that seem to almost be doing like a circle type spar. They seem to try to almost blend in with the shadows behind this group. And you see as they sort of um, like pull on their cloak, it seems to turn from gray into this like um, deep red color. Um, Almost as though it now looks to be a uniform that a Vermilion Crest individual might wear. And you see that they sort of tug at the side of it, and it goes from like a cloak into what appear to be almost monk-like robes. Their head appears to be completely like shaved type bald, and they have this sort of like deep reddish looking skin, um, and almost black looking eyes, and they quickly seem to almost walk over to one of the people who is already training against a dummy, and as they speak to that person gives them a nod, and they seem to quickly enter some sort of almost spar themselves. You do notice with the 17 that they seem to be aware that you're coming close, and as you do, you can kind of feel like they're trying to enter a conversation to avoid some sort of conversation with you, Beacon.
Do I recognize this person that they've turned themselves into as any of the initiates that we've met throughout the first bit of this campaign?
No, actually, they look completely like somebody you've never seen before.
Okay. Cool. I will, yeah, sure. I will, approach the two of them, with the smile, and I'll say, good afternoon. Do you need a third sparring partner by any chance?
The person that had already been there sort of like looks to you. You can see that they are wearing what appeared to be like it's like a loose undershirt that appears to be kind of stained, and gray looking pants. Looking over the you, the person sort of gives a big smile and says, "Of course, love to have more people to fight with, hone my skills." And the person that you'd been following says, "I think actually 2 people is more than enough. After all, we do not want to divide our attentions when we practice our skills.
The other person says, "Oh, yeah, I mean, like, sure, I guess. Sorry, buddy. Sounds like they don't really want to have another person in, but I'd be glad to fight with you afterwards."
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good to me. I hold up my hand. I'm a beacon, by the way.
The person who is already training at the pit says, "Oh, nice to see you there, Beacon. My name's Livy."
Be nice to meet you. Um, and I will hold out my hand to the other person. Saying, yeah, the beacon. And your name?
They sort of seem to narrow their eyes for just a second before they say, "Arvind. My name is Arvind."
Well, nice to meet you, Arvind. Well, I'll leave the two of you to spar. Be sure to get to me when you're ready.
Livy gives a big nod and turns their attention back to the person who called themselves Arvind.
Okay, I will step back. I don't know if I should probably go back to where everyone else is. Yeah, no. I'll watch. I'll chill. I'll watch them fight.
All right. As you stand there and watch Beacon, you see as Livy immediately sort of like enters what seems to be a barrage of smaller attacks. Appears to be light and fun primarily. You see that they're sort of they conjure sort of like light, magical, almost wisps around them, which they attempt to direct in a sort of not so aggressive way towards Arvind, who seems to um, dodge very quickly each and every attack. You see as they bob and weave side to side, they bend backwards and seem to bow and flip and move extremely quickly out of each of the attacks. Livy sort of has a large smile as they send more and more things towards Arvind, who just seems to very nonchalantly sway and dodge. You start to see as the minutes drag on that Livy appears to get more and more frustrated with not a single attack landing against this person. You see as they move that they almost seem to predict where each of the attacks is going to come from. And yet they don't seem to unleash a single attack of their own. They simply dodge side to side. And as you see beads of sweat from effort and magical sort of concentration begin to bead at Livy's forehead, that they attempt to summon forth a sort of brilliant beam of light, as you see chains seem to sort of extend from the sky downward towards Arvind. Arvind sort of seems to look up nonchalantly towards them, and they just don't ever connect. Eventually, Livy sort of just shakes her head and says, "This isn't good faith fight. This isn't training. What are you doing?" They sort of just shake their head and seem to like look around like they're trying to see you to fight with. Arvind sort of seems to step beside them. Livy says, "Why'd you even ask to fight? Shh. Hey, you, come on over. This guy's not even trying."
Beacon will nod. All right. I'll come over. Is Arvind just kind of stand? Does it seem like he's going to like, or they're gonna like watch us fight, or?
They don't seem like they're interested in seeing you fight. And in fact, as you approach Livy, they seem to almost like step quickly away, and almost like they're blurring in with the crowd once more. They quickly vanish from sight as Livy sort of like waves a hand as like, "Come on, I'm ready."
All right. It's ask a silly question. Is there like training weapons here at all, or?
You see that there are weapons that appear to be blunted, that are sort of hung up against the wall. There are weapons of all different sorts, and even exotic weapons that you've never seen before, Beacon.
Okay. I'll stick with what I know for now. Is there like a warhammer? Warhammer? No, war axe, like an axe.
Yeah, you see what appears to be like a large double-bladed axe.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take that.
Livy sort of gives a big smile and gestures. All right, come on over.
All right, coming over. And as soon as Livy seems ready, I'm going to try to attack.
All right, go ahead and roll the hit.
Eh, da-da-da. Not great. 9.
All right, as you attempt to hit against them, they just quickly dodge and sidestep, and they give a big smile and say, all right, well, try again.
Sorry, I didn't get to warm up today. I'm going to try swinging again.
All right, go ahead and roll again.
Uh,
As you attempt to connect once more, the attack simply doesn't hit, and as it sort of smashes down into the sand, a puff of sand flies up in the air. They look from the ground towards you and shrug. I mean, you can try again if you want, or I can try.
give it your best shot.
I mean, I don't feel so confident in my own attacks right now, all things considered.
Wow, that's what the training is for, right?
That's true. You see, they sort of gesture a hand just over their shoulder and almost seem to swing what appears to be almost a ball of light directly towards you. You feel as a puff of magical energy just immediately seems to like burst towards you. It almost looks like they're slinging as they move their hand towards you. It's like they're throwing like a throwing star towards you, but it looks like a blossoming lotus flower spins through the air and crashes against your chest. You'll take. It'll be 6 points of force damage as you just get pushed back up against the wall and slammed against it as you feel magical energy sort of blossom across your chest, Beacon.
Oh,
You see that they immediately put their hands to their mouth and go, "Oh, I'm really sorry. I didn't think it was gonna
no,
hit."
don't worry about it. I'm good. Let's get up from from the wall. Let's see. You just needed to warm up.
I guess so. I don't know what was with that person. They just didn't really seem like they wanted to engage at all.
Well, it didn't seem so. Is that your first time meeting that person? I'm meeting Arvind.
Literally the first time in my life, but it's not unusual for people to come through here wanting to train up a little bit, warm up before they head on out. I don't know. Looked like they were wearing Vermilion Crest clothes, but they sort of gesture over themselves. I mean, I've been there.
Maybe they're new.
Maybe. We don't really find out about our new initiates until they start walking around. Actually, one of my friends, their name's Lero. Lero was actually talking to one of our captains saying that there should be a better system to keep track of the initiates. I mean, especially since we keep all the good stuff back there.
Sorry, Harry, can you say that again?
Well,
There said
one
there
of my
should be a better system. Sorry, no,
yeah,
real quick. Better
a,
system
a
because
better
it,
system to track the initiates, because we can't just have anybody walking back there, especially since we keep all the good stuff back there. Granted, I can't even get my own hands on some of that stuff. They don't just let anybody walk through all the different archives.
Oh yeah, I've learned that well, not really the hard way, but I learned that recently.
Yeah, you can't just go walking just anywhere. But they don't take it personal. They don't even let us into every single section of the Vermilion Crest, and I've been in there for a little while now. But that being said, there's some people in Vermilion Crest that, I mean, theoretically are part of it, but I don't really see them a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, that I suppose that makes sense. There's a lot of people in the Brave Hollow, so you're not going to meet everyone. I'm sure not
Exactly.
even people in your own order.
I mean, theoretically, the captains know everybody who's joined any different order, but I mean, I don't know everybody, so.
Yeah, well, it's the captain's jobs after all. Well, it was very nice to meet you. Livy, we should do this again sometime.
Yeah, sure. I'm
Next time
usually
I will.
around here.
Are you usually around here?
Yeah, I like to stay on the island. I specialize in archaics and their evolution in conjunction with the different star arches. So,
Oh,
I don't really leave the island.
that's fair enough. Your work sounds very interesting. I'd love to learn more about it. Probably at a later date. I should meet up with some of my friends.
All right, see you later. And you see that they turn
See you
their attention
later.
back to the training dummy.
Okay, I'm going to head back. I did get a little caught up there, but um, do I before I like kind of leave? Do I see Arvin or like at least the direction that they went?
Roll a perception check at disadvantage.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't want to leave. Okay, let's see. Amazing.
Yeah, you didn't see them. Your
Mm.
attention was drawn too far towards Livy, but as the rest of you wait for Beacon to return, can the rest of you roll a perception check?
Yes, please.
Aye. Damn team.
As the rest of you
Lamb.
await Beacon's return, the conversation dulls as you await with bated breath. You do notice that Beacon is gone for quite some while, about 10 or so minutes, and about 6 minutes into his departure, Boone and Rowan, the pair of you notice an individual in a red cloak rather than a gray cloak seems to leave the training grounds and round the stairs heading towards the initiate's quarters.
A red cloak?
In a red cloak. It looks to be the same cut and make, though, as the gray cloak that you had seen before.
Ron just kind of watches and he kind of is leaning a little bit until they walk out of view. Look at Boonin. Do you know who that was?
I only know like 4 people here.
Well, I mean, you were gone for a whole day. I thought maybe you'd met some people.
Do you think I socialize?
Right. If I try to think back, have I seen any? Have I like seen a red cloak like that anywhere at all?
Thinking back, you seem to remember that when you were back at those barracks beyond Verilith's wall, the day that the ground had ruptured, you had seen 2 people wearing red cloaks. Weregilt and a person whose name you didn't know.
I feel like I've seen that before, like that day when I almost died. You remember that?
Which one?
You know when you like jokingly pushed me, and then that big scary beast lifted me into the air, and then the earth started opening up.
You see not a single flash of recognition in her face.
Well, where I saw two people wearing those robes. I think one of them was Weregilt, but I never saw the other person.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Oh, he just kind of looks around. I saw someone and I didn't recognize them, so it kind of quiets down a little. I figured since we're on this, like super secret mission, we should figure out who it is, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Have you seen anyone in a red robe, cloak?
I've seen many people in red cloaks.
Oh, maybe you know them.
Let us go follow them, but quietly.
Right. Play it cool.
Mhm.
I will nonchalantly follow after them.
All right. Are the rest of you waiting for Beacon?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. Alex, are you waiting for Beacon or are you going with Rowan?
I'm going with Rowan.
All right. So, as the pair of you split off from the group, Rykard and Boone, the pair of you have sort of been sitting at this table for quite some time.
Yes, we have.
A feeling of inaction and boredom overtakes the pair of you as you head over to the training grounds to meet Beacon rather than waiting for him at the table passively. But as you head over, your two friends, that is Rowan and Alex, begin to head off up the stairwell in the direction of the person who had walked away from the training ground. As you sort of split somewhat, let's take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
Alright.
Okay.
Rowan and Alex, can you roll perception checks, please, as you attempt to follow after this individual?
Sure thing.
Ooh.
Oh, good thing. 8, because I 8 and 28.
Period.
As the pair of you head up the stairwell that leads from the sort of central common area and the training grounds and the memento up the stairs towards the floor that connects the herbarium, the requisitions, as well as the arcanum, you attempt to keep an eye on the individual in the red cloak. As you pursue them from somewhat of a distance up the stairs, Alexios, the red cloak seems to vanish entirely from sight. Amidst the crowd of people moving between the arcanum, the herbarium, and the requisitions, you don't see a red cloak at all. You see a few other figures that are dressed primarily in the trappings of dead wood. Today, there's one person who seems to be wearing an all black, almost gothic looking outfit that you could tell is likely an individual from Lyre Song. You can also see that there seem to be a few perhaps dignitaries or merchants of some kind that seem to be gathered close to the smithy that are setting up what seem to be small carts with goods. Maybe there's some sort of traveling salespeople or merchants or something of the like. You can tell that there are almost guards that are staying with them that seem to be keeping an eye on them, making sure that they're setting up their goods properly. You can see that one of them has a blindfold on their face that is like slowly being removed, and they sort of give thanks to the guard that's removing it and begin to set up their various wares. But Rowan, you notice that as you round the corner, heading up the stairs, about 25 or so feet away from the person, that their cloak seems to almost like watercolors being hit by a bunch of water and ink. You see that their cloak bleeds from red into a deep green color, and they begin to sort of make their way um, further up the stairs. They seem to be heading directly towards the initiate chambers.
As Rowan is kind of like, guiding Alex a little bit, pushing past people and trying to kind of stand on his tippy toes occasionally to peek ahead. He'll look back for a moment, his brow kind of furrowed. That was weird. His cloak just changed color. It's sort of green now. Well, their cloak, I suppose.
Well, let's keep going and see why.
Yeah, I'll keep following after, try not to lose sight of them.
All right. As you continue to follow after them, you head up into the initiate's chambers. They pass through the large doorway, and as you open it up, you notice that they seem to almost vanish from sight. That one space of the doors seems to have given them enough cover to just vanish. Now, the pair of you are both magically trained. You have an inkling that they're either using an invisibility spell or they have some other such ability that has either allowed them to gain a bunch of distance from you or vanish through some other means.
So like, okay, sorry. So we walk through the space that I saw them walk through, and now they're gone.
Yeah, so there's a set of doors that splits off the sort of this like causeway where there's a bunch of different shops and all the different places where you can get different items. Heading up the stairwell, there's a like heavy set of wooden and iron doors that leads like they're the actual doors that connect into the barracks where the initiates are. The distance between you was about 25 feet. And once those gates closed and then you passed through and opened them, they were no longer visible.
Oh, is anyone, like, what do we see in this room? Is anyone, like, looking at us or in here, or, like, what's our immediate sight?
As you pass through, you're immediately met with the long hallway where all of your rooms are. You can see that at the end of the hallway is a person. You can see that sitting on the sort of curved bench that sits at the very end where the dead end to this hallway is, you see Illyria. She seems to have a tome open on her lap. She's sort of sitting in a way where her legs are tucked up under her. She seems to be almost lounging a little bit. Her hair is twisted up in an extremely intricate series of braids that are piled up into an updo. She is wearing a fanciful white gown with some red sort of silky like ribbons fastened all along it. She doesn't really seem to pay you much mind other than glancing up. She peeks towards you, and then her attention is drawn back to her tome. You can see that some of the doors are open and some of them are closed. Notably, the one to your room, Rowan, is shut. The door is shut. Same with the ones that would connect to Alex and Beacon's room. The room where Steelen is open. And you think you hear some noise in there. And the one that was the shared room of Boone and Hivernal, the door is shut as well.
Yeah, as Rowan walks through, kind of takes that in and doesn't see the person, he'll kind of quickly turn to Alex. They're gone. I don't see them.
Huh. Are you able to do that thing and with your eyes to look at the magic very quickly?
Right, yeah. And with a quick chant and kind of as he drags his hand in front of his eyes, these threads of magic pass over, and I'll cast Detect Magic at first level.
And as Rowan's doing that, I just want to like kind of more focus my senses on listening and see if I can hear where this person might have gone.
Sure. Roll a perception check, Alex, and then yeah, just roll a perception check, Alex.
Yeah. 16?
All right. As you sort of attempt to listen to the space around you, focusing your attention, you hear a soft humming noise. Seems to be coming from behind the door to Boone and Hivernal's room. Um, you also can hear what sounds like some quick speaking um, between two voices in a language that you don't know behind a door near to the end of the hallway, sort of directly to it would be Illyria's left as she's sort of facing towards you. So on the right side of the hallway. Rowan, as you attempt to look at the magic around you, it's not necessarily blinding, but you can tell that there is conjuration magic that is feeding into the plants that hang from the ceiling up above. You can tell that there appears to be abjurative magic on all of the doors, and you can also see almost like fading quickly. There seems to be like footprints that were left on the rug that seem to like dissipate and crumble away. Almost like a trail of movement had been left, as if somebody had suddenly moved extremely fast, or perhaps in a blink of mist appeared to go somewhere else. The trail seems to direct towards the room at the end of the hall where two voices are coming from.
Okay. I'll kind of like quietly convey that to Alex. And then I guess maybe just slowly walk down the hall and see if like any other magic stuff is picked up on as we're headed that way.
Sure. You continue to head down the hall. You take a peek into some of the rooms where the doors are ajar or even open. You see that there is a room where the door is open, but nobody is in there. Doesn't really draw your attention. You pass by Steelan's room, where you can see that the large human man sort of blinks and looks up from where he seems to be sharpening in an almost comedically large war axe. He sort of looks towards you, and attention immediately goes back to sharpening the axe. You don't notice any other magic that really jumps out to you, except for as you approach, you notice that Illyria seems to be giving off a bit of a magical sort of like just glow, just like a general magical sense that you tend to get from people who use magic in an almost intrinsic way.
Like Alex?
Yeah, Alex gives off a similar glow.
Okay.
You also notice that she is wearing a hairpin that gives off a strong magical essence.
Okay, so you said I'm just trying to like mentally picture this. You said the trail ends towards the room at the end of the hall. Is that also kind of near where Illyria was standing?
It's near where Illyria is sitting. It's like the room directly to the side of her. And the door is shut. There is abjurative magic on it, and Alex was able to hear two voices coming from behind it.
Kind of before we get too close to Illyria, I guess he'll kind of turn back to Alex, just whisper him. Maybe we talk to her and see if we can hear anything from that room?
Alex kind of makes a face at that.
Oh, come on. No, kind of just, I don't know, like, tickle his arm and just kind of head that way anyway.
Alex kind of rolls his eyes but follows.
Yeah. And then I'll head there, and then I'll see if I can maybe like stand or like position ourselves kind of as close to the door as possible without like basically leaning against it, you know?
Yeah, me too. Oh, well, no, I don't think it'll matter because I don't understand what the language is.
Oh. I didn't
No,
clock
so I don't
that,
think this
okay.
will actually matter. So hold on before I do that.
Okay.
I don't know what they're saying. I'm not sure if you would be able to understand, but perhaps it would be better to just see what they're doing. Are you able to become very small, perhaps like a spider, or I don't something that could get under the door?
Not like that small. Like maybe like a like a hamster or something. I mean, it couldn't be like microscopic. I don't think.
Could hamsters get underneath doors?
I don't think so. I can be like a ferret. It's cute, but it's not very like squeezy.
How big is the gap underneath the door? Maybe it's a really big
The
gap.
gap underneath the door is like at most a quarter inch. A hamster will not fit through this gap.
Or maybe it's just a dead end. I mean, it could just be someone here that we haven't met.
You're right, that's good to be. But,
Well, you let me know if you think of something. I'm gonna turn around and walk up to Illyria.
Sure.
Yeah,
as
I'll
you
go up to Illyria, yeah.
as you turn your attention towards Illyria, let's turn our attention to the group who finished up at the training ground. So, Beacon, you walk away from Livy and you sort of bump into Boone and Rykard.
Oh, there you guys are.
What's up?
We didn't go anywhere.
Let's talk somewhere a bit quieter. Where's Alex and wait, sorry.
Who? And the purple
Rowan.
bitch.
And the purple one?
Sorry. I don't know what happened.
And background tiefling number 4.
That was weird. Sorry. Yeah. Where's Alex and Rowan?
They're chasing somebody in a red cloak. I don't know.
They just kind of got up and left. Went
Maybe we should Go with
upstairs.
them. Yeah. They went upstairs.
I went to the dorm area.
And maybe we should catch up with them. The person in the gray cloak has a cloak that can turn into different colors, different colors of the orders.
Oh,
Interesting.
It's a
Yeah,
good thing
let's
that
catch up with
they're
them.
yeah, it's a good thing they're pursuing them.
So, as you head upstairs, you notice once you reach it, the dormitory, that it looks like Alex and Rowan are talking about something in front of a door near the end of the hallway, and you can notice that Illyria is also at the end of the hall.
There you guys are. What's up? What are you guys doing?
I ate the rest of your breakfast.
Oh, hey guys. You can have it. I was full.
I didn't ask.
Oh, right. Did you say we're already engaged with Illyria?
You were walking up to her when your friends showed up.
Oh, okay. So we're not okay. We're not.
Turn back around.
Yeah.
You walk up, you
I-
immediately spam B.
There's a
I will just to like make this like a bit more quiet. I will kind of whisper in my hands, sending a message to Boone. Small, can you make yourself?
Small.
Yeah. I guess if we maybe move down the hall a little further away from Illyria.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah,
so you
we-
walk
yeah,
up
we're
the
Invite
hall,
everybody. Why not?
listen
More
in
the
at the
merrier.
door, then you turn around to talk to Illyria, see your friends, walk away.
Yes. She wasn't really looking at us anyway. It's fine. It's fine. She does.
How
She
many
hates
else
us.
is gonna fire you guys?
Um.
oh, we need someone to get underneath that door over there by Illyria.
I
Can you
mean,
make yourself very
Okay.
small and do that?
for what?
well, to what end? I thought you said we can't understand what they're saying.
But she can see what's happening.
Okay.
Hmm.
I mean, I could probably get Rufus under there, but
I mean, I could see in there, but I just thought that we can't, you know. understand them.
The person in the red cloak go down there?
Green cloak now.
Yeah, it changed colors. It was weird. I mean, I
Yeah,
guess
that's what I observed too in the training grounds.
I mean, how long do we are we trying to spy in there?
I don't. I assumed as long as we need
Hmm.
to get some information about them.
Well,
Did you try asking?
I was going to talk to them, but then they went into their room, and then I thought it might
Did
be.
you try knocking?
Well, while you guys figure that out, I'm gonna go talk to Illyria. So I walk away to try to get Illyria's attention.
The babes are calling me.
It's
Good
actually not
distraction.
too. It's not too difficult to get her attention, seeing as like your friends had basically approached her and then walked away from her. So she's curiously actually looking at your group as you approach Rykard. She snaps the tome closed and sort of looking up towards you from where she's seated. She sort of gives you this very like neutral look, but you can tell faintly there's at least a little bit of curiosity there, wondering why your group is behaving the way that they are.
What you reading there?
She seems almost like surprised by your question, and then sort of calmly, with her hands sort of folded gently over the tome, says, "It is a very interesting tome on..." She sort of smiles a little bit. "The history of Brave Hollow, funny enough."
Interesting. Did you know much before coming here about the place?
I knew what I'd been told about it, but things are different here than I anticipated. A lot more chaotic, let's say.
Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, but doesn't seem too bad so far. What do you think of the place?
Aside from its general chaos, I think that I don't really understand exactly what I'm intended to do here. I
You know,
was
I'm glad you
promised-
said that, because I feel the exact same way.
Well, I suppose that if I were to ask Lucan, he would tell me, "Seek out your own adventure," or
Oh,
some such thing.
didn't know you could do impressions. Nice.
She just shrugs a little. I was told that there would be instruction, leadership, all things I'm finding lacking. But at least there's knowledge, and she gestures towards the tome. From what little I can glean.
Yeah.
She gestures over your clothes. I see that you have chosen a spot for yourself.
Have. Yeah. Got a lot more of those, and I'll point to her book in my order if you want to check out any more.
I'm between orders as it seems right now.
What are you
But-
thinking?
Well, my training leads me towards lyre song. I've been told for a long time that that is the most prestigious place to go for someone such as myself. But I find and she sort of drums her long nails on the tome as she seems to sort of search for the right words. The more illuminating group, or at least the one that seems to challenge my mind in a way that I appreciate, is Vermilion Crest. So, I find myself at a crossroads.
Yeah. It's a tough decision to make.
And yet, all the same, I will make it. I've budgeted, and she sort of seems to glance around as if she's trying to think of the time, approximately 40 more minutes for it.
Oh, yeah.
After that, I'll have to make my decision.
Gotcha. And you're not leaning any way over the other?
presently, I simply need to decide between my head and my heart. Or, I suppose, my head and my head in this case.
Yeah. Interesting. What kind of training did you have?
Roll a persuasion check, Rykard.
All right. Ooh, that 20 for 28. She loves me.
She seems to give like a very like assessing sort of look over you. She generally has this sort of like acerbic, almost resting bitch face all the time. Her gaze doesn't soften in any way, but she does seem to almost consider whether or not she should tell you before she takes a sort of steadying breath, and there's almost the vaguest hint of a smile as she says, I was trained to be a flow dancer.
Oh,
We're
dancer.
entertainers for one of the emperors. It is extremely difficult and grueling training. One must learn to balance both entertainment, magic, knowledge. I was groomed specifically for the purpose of entertaining one of the Raidiri emperors. I would spend my days in Novorot, or at least that is the anticipated path for me. And I will spend my time regaling him and his households, his progeny, with dance and laughter and stories and any other form of entertainment that they should seek. And in turn, I may have a modicum of influence and a respectable living.
You don't sound too excited about all that.
She sort of gives a very light, half-hearted shrug. Doesn't really matter what I think. My sponsors sent me here with that in mind, and were I to deviate from that path, well, it would be years of my life wasted, thousands upon thousands of gold coins of training and magicking and reconstructing, all thrown away.
Thrown away. What do you owe them?
She seems almost thrown off by the question, gives you a almost confused look, and shakes her head in a way that makes just a small piece of her perfectly tied up hair fall.
I mean, I don't mean to intrude or anything. I mean, I'm sure you got a lot going on, but we're talking about people here, not returns on investments, you know? Get a heart that beats just like the rest of us. Why do they have any control over what you do?
She seems almost in a scientific or academic manner put a hand to her chin like she's thinking through your question. I am the daughter of two fishes. My parents saw an opportunity for me when a lawmaster took interest in me at a young age. They recognized I had a knack for storytelling in my youth. But I was lacking in grace and fairness. And so
my parents saw a chance to better my life and that of my family, and I was indentured to the Lawmaster. I owe everything to them. I would be a poor fisher in a hovel were it not for them. They made me what I am now. And so, perhaps it is not a return on investment, but rather fulfillment of purpose, or a gesture of gratitude. There aren't many elves in the Raiding Empire. We live long, and we live a long time in squalor. I have ascended above that. It is not unreasonable for me to question whether or not this should be my path. I should not falter at the first sign of freedom. And as such, you can see why I've dedicated several hours of questioning and wondering and pondering to this conundrum.
Yeah, I can see that. A lot of moving pieces. I get it. You know, a path is a path, and you know, it always feels better when you're working towards something, but if part of that thing you're working towards isn't happiness at the end of the day, what's really the point? You know? That's not to
Personal
say that you're not
happiness
happy,
is-
but
Personal happiness is a selfishness I've never been able to afford.
maybe it's good to be a little bit greedy every now and then.
Perhaps I can allow myself a moment of greed. And she sort of seems to gesture vaguely. I have at least 10 more minutes allotted for it.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, anyway, don't let me
thank
take
you,
away from your
Richard.
10
You
minutes.
have given me much to think about.
It's Rykard, but I appreciate it.
Of course. Rykard.
Can I insight check? Does she actually think my name is fucking Richard?
Go ahead and roll an insight check.
She just beat a bitch.
Somebody's character just got renamed. I don't know who Red Card is.
Yeah.
I only know
No,
Red Card.
please, did we hear that, please?
14.
You have a feeling that she never bothered to learn your name before now.
When I told her my
so
name-
obsessed with me.
When I
No,
told her my
she's just
name,
never bothered to
sink
remember
in?
it.
well, just now when I told her. Yep, that seemed like it synced in at all.
At least a little.
All right. I'll head back over to the group. Richard reporting for duty.
I think it's a good nickname.
Yeah. So what are you guys doing?
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Oh my
I don't
god.
think we should just.
Boone, hold this.
I think we
And
drop
you
it.
see at the top of his head, Rufus appears at the top of his head. It's been there the whole time, but he's now visible. Hands him over to Boone by the scruff, and Rufus just turns into a spider and crawls down Boone.
Thank you, Record.
And yeah, the spider will crawl under the door, and I'll take a look.
All right. As the spider crawls under the door, go ahead and roll a perception check for Rufus, please.
Okay. I think I have his stat block here. I do. Okay.
Can you also make him invisible? Or no?
Not when he's
Not as a spider?
transformed.
Okay.
Yeah. So he uses his same stats. Perception is a wisdom based roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So it'll be an 11.
All right. Are you turning the spider invisible?
I cannot. No.
Okay. So as the spider crawls under the door, it hears a very vocal now that it's passed through the threshold of this doorway conversation between two people. What Rufus sees is a person with sort of this pale, almost like slightly pinkish tinged, but very barely, white hair, deep, sort of dark skin, purple eyes, who has sort of red outfit on that is very almost like uniform like, reaches right up to like all the way up their neck, and a partial face covering that seems to be speaking quite heatedly towards a person who has, again, likewise, sort of darkened skin, except that they have a completely shaved head, and they are wearing what appears to be a gray cloak. They are arguing in a language that Rufus cannot understand, and neither can you, Rykard.
Okay.
You see that they seem to be talking very animatedly back and forth. The person who is wearing or has the white sort of braided hair speaks very quickly and almost seems to be giving orders or speaking in a very assertive way towards the other person. They then almost seem to wave them away, the gesture of their hand, and you see that the person sort of kneels before them, nods, says something in a very like almost like apologetic tone, and then they seem to almost melt in front of Rufus's eyes. But instead of like, it's not like a disturbing or gruesome sight, but rather they seem to turn into like a shadow and melt away and seem to join back with the shadow of the other person.
Hmm. I'll you know, as it's going on, I'll be informing everybody of what I see. They're fighting
How
about something.
how subtle are you all trying to be?
Yeah, I was
I'd
gonna
imagine
say
pretty
maybe.
subtle.
Yeah, pretty
Okay,
subtle.
you are
We're
standing in the middle
nearer.
of a hallway with no cover,
I
and
was
Illyria is standing at the end of the hallway.
yeah, I was gonna ask maybe or our
Yeah.
rooms are like nearby, right? Like our initiate quarters?
Yeah, your rooms are nearby. If you want to move in there, you can. However,
Yeah.
there's very clearly at least two witnesses, Steelin and Illyria, who are seeing what you are doing.
Right.
I've just turned towards Boone, acted like I'm talking to her, but I'm really just describing what I'm saying.
All right,
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
go ahead. And if you're trying to sort of brush this
Uh-huh.
off and make it seem like it's something else, let's say a performance check from you, Rykard.
Can I help since I'm aiding in the
Are you
conversation?
trained in performance?
Probably not. No, I'm not.
All right, so you cannot assist in this case.
Word.
19.
You don't need it. See?
19. You have a sense, Rykard, that at the very least, for your part, it does appear that you and Boone are genuinely just having some sort of side conversation. You sort of lackadaisically and casually lean against the wall. Boone, you potentially follow suit. It's up to you. But it does seem like a casual conversation, at least between the two of you. The rest of your party is also standing in this hallway.
Right.
I think yeah, I think maybe Alex and Beacon, maybe we should like try to get back to our own room, or at least pretend to, while Rykard is talking to Boone and is not distracting Illyria. But what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think we should. I don't think all of us should be gathered in the hallway.
All right, so the pair of you are retreating to your chambers?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
Tucked away back in your chambers. Rowan, what are you up to?
You
I
can join us if you want.
yeah, I guess I'll just follow them.
Come join.
If we're not able to move Rykard, then yeah, I'll just follow Beacon and Alex.
All right.
And once we're safely in the room, I will cast a message to Boone, and I'll just say, "Come follow us when it's safe to do so."
Word.
All right. So, Rykard, you see everything that is happening through Rufus's eyes. Again, the pair seem to talk for about um, 2 more minutes, and then the one seems to vanish into shadow and almost be subsumed back into the shadow of the other person.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'll hang back and stay, looking through the eyes, for a little bit longer, just in case they start talking again or something. But as soon as it seems like whatever they were talking about is done, I'll go and I'll nudge Boone in the shoulder, and I'll head back over to the others.
All right. As you rejoin with the others, you do notice for the last few moments that you look through Rufus's eyes that it looks like the person who is in the room, the person with the white hair, is about to leave.
Okay.
Oh wait,
I'll
the cloaked figure is the one that melted into shadow?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
I'll resummon or make Rufus go away to Rufus Land and rejoin the others.
All right, as you move to rejoin the others, you quickly move back into their room, and then you notice that the individual begins to leave their room. You hear a very quiet conversation. What is your passive perception, both Boone and Rykard, as the two of you are sort of moving back over?
I have a 12.
I have a 17.
Oh my god.
17, okay. So, Boone, you hear as one person seems to walk up to that large human figure with the blue tattoos all over him and the large war axe. You hear someone say, "We're moving out." They just sort of say, "All right."
I was
And you
stealing.
see, yep, stealing. And you see the two figures then leave the initiates area. You see the person with the long white hair sort of pulls up a red hood over it, and the two seem to sort of like stomp away.
I will take that in stride and continue on to the dorm.
All right. So you both rejoin your group.
Anything
make
else today?
Rufus- Yeah, I make Rufus reappear on Boone's shoulder, and then he turns back into his fuzzy form, and I will recount everything I just observed, filling them in. I'll turn to Boone. You had something you wanted to tell them too, right? That you just caught.
Yeah, white haired dude, the tattoo guy in the hallway as he walked past, he said they're moving out and then they both walked off together.
Should we go follow them? That sounds quite suspicious.
You just gonna
Not
follow
them
everybody
leaving,
there?
but
But I fear that we might be starting to attract unwanted attention to ourselves. Oh, yes, stealing.
that is fair. Then we can wait. But is this white-haired individual, the one that you were talking to before, Rowan? Does that match the description?
Does it? I didn't see them when they just came out. Oh, it does? Okay.
You know that the white-haired person is Wergild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, that would be a Wergild. That's the person I talked to the other day.
All right. Then if they are staying around here, then perhaps we can catch them at a later time.
Ricard lights up a cig. So,
That's...
does this mean anything to you guys? Like, are there any like dots connected for you, or strings to follow?
Are there any dots connecting? No.
Well, so what you do know is that Wergild is of the Raiding Empire.
Yes.
Seems to be somebody, either another person or something that has to do with Wergild, magic related potentially. There's this other suspicious person that you've seen a few times. They always seem to be near Wergild, except for with the exception of today when they seem to be moving about by themselves. Beyond that, what conclusions do you draw?
That
No,
is
it,
a
it
great question.
I will
Um,
say I'm not 100% sure if like Guilt is like, the person that we're looking for, but there's definitely something suspicious going on with Guilt, and as
yeah.
of right now, probably
What house is he
my
in?
Vermilion Crest.
Vermilion Crest. That was like
Yeah.
another thing
So
because
yeah. So Veergilt right now seems to be our best suspect because Veergilt is part of Vermilion Crest, and has connections to the reading or rating
rating.
rating
Rating.
rating. Yeah, because they raid rating
They don't do a
Empire.
lot of reading.
They don't do reading. They do rating. Um, I don't think we know if they're capable of powerful magic, but maybe if
Well, I
if
mean,
what we
from
saw in that room.
also with Livy, I don't know if like, no, I would say this counts. Like, Livy cannot hurt, like, get their weird shadow double at all. So like, I assume that
Oh,
they're
that's a different
pretty
person.
skilled.
So Grey Cloak is different than Veergilt. Grey Cloak was talking to Veergilt.
No, but I
And
thought
Grey Cloak
that
seems to be working for Veergilt.
But then Grey Cloak melt into
the guy who
Guild's
called
shadow.
himself Arvent, yeah, wasn't that Grey Cloak?
Yeah.
That
Yeah,
was
that was Grey
dueling
Cloak.
with
Yeah.
Livy.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming. Well, I don't know. I guess we don't
No,
know.
I
for
get what you're
certain,
saying, Kezi, but
yeah.
you're saying that if Arvent is made of shadow, then it makes sense that Livy wasn't able to contact, like, hit them in any way.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'm suspicious of Guild.
I know, that's
Keep
why
an
I'm like,
eye on
should we
that
follow
guy.
them? Or like I don't know, like it feels weird to just let them go, but
You guys were the ones tasked to find this.
To do this, yeah.
You got to make the decision.
Hmm. I
And this is all for the Pact of
Kasarian.
that one.
Yeah. Because we're assuming that it might be Guild or Guild who is trying to get the pack. If like the shadow, because I'm also thinking if the shadow double, or the Arvent can like don the colors of other orders, then like that makes sense how they'd be able to get into the Aeronaut archives. I'm thinking, or the Airjohn archive.
Yeah, they could be working together.
If the only thing determining security is what color shirt you're wearing, this place is cooked.
Yeah, I mean, our clothes that they gave us before could transform into whatever.
Yeah,
we
they gave us
Mhm.
shift weave.
Yeah, they gave us shift weave.
Fair.
That's true.
Yeah, so
But
maybe it's
weird-
a bit more than that.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh,
I don't
man,
know. I
run.
personally think we follow after them, like trying to like stay invisible. At least a couple of us.
Well, they're both gone. Why don't you break into their room and see what they got?
Oh, that's true. But yeah, did they leave the door open?
That's not a bad
And
The
idea.
door is closed.
Can't be
Yeah.
hard to bust in. Just go through their shit.
But Illyria's sitting right there in front of it.
yeah.
You
So
wanna go
she
get
Just
might
some
should
have
only give
more
yourself
ramen.
10 more minutes. And there's abjuration magic on the door too.
It's not very likely, but if they did leave behind any personal effects, like, I mean, it would have to be pretty specific, like a brush with some hair in it or something, I could track them.
No way.
That
No,
would be very helpful if we could get
Well, that
some
one
of
guy
that.
had long hair. Gotta brush it at some point.
I mean, it would be easier
Or
with
it falls out. Yeah.
blood or some of their flesh or something, but hair would
Okay,
work.
I don't have
What are you talking
flesh.
about?
That's freaky.
Well, I mean, we do have, like, manticore, not bones, I guess they're spikes, but...
You still have
Maybe-
that thing?
Yeah, I still have 3 of them.
Oh man.
Well, how else am I going to figure out how we're going to defeat something like that? Or if it's tracking us, or...
She cleaned the blood off of it. I think it was like deep in me.
Yeah. I think a little water kept it.
Right, then I like the idea of going into their room once maybe Illyria has gone.
Nice.
And then you were talking about going to speak with Lucan or whatever.
That might not be as necessary anymore. If we know who the Grey Cloak individual is now, sort of. But it could not hurt to speak to Lucan.
It's also, I mean, I don't know. I'm not really
I
like
think
a spy or nothing, but when we were first coming in and like there was that earth tremor or whatever, and we were getting on the carriage, there was
Yep.
that one person that was there at the start, but then wasn't there at the end, and they were wearing a
It was
gray
Grey
cloak
Cloak.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah, that is why we are following them.
Okay. Listen. I was eating my beanie weenies, but I
What are
got there
beanie
in the end.
weenies?
I caught up. That's what we were eating. They're like little sausages. They go in your beans.
Yeah.
All right. So, what do you guys want to do?
wait till Ilaria is gone and then investigate Wergelt's room.
Yeah.
Like,
All
I
right.
feel like we should have a plan before we all cluster around the door again as a large group and talk amongst ourselves.
yeah, I think maybe
Yeah,
only
like one
or
person
two.
goes out and like.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not the liar song, but I feel like there
Yeah,
might be
no,
a
no,
bad
no. We don't
mood.
all go out together.
All right. So, you wait for approximately 11 minutes. You do see that eventually Illyria, as she sort of passes by the doorway, you can see Rykard that she sort of quickly tucks away that piece of hair that had fallen out, and she strides very confidently out of the area. To what end, you don't know. You are now left in a primarily empty space.
Okay. Once it's quiet, let's who should go?
Do we know anything about how these doors work? Like, are there locks? I saw
They got
abjuration
alcohol.
magic on them, but
Yeah. Do all the doors have abjuration magic on them, or did that seem like special to that one?
When the doors are closed, they all seem to have abjuration magic.
have we
just-
encountered anything like being unable to open each other's doors?
You haven't really opened each other's doors. You've always knocked.
Hmm.
Can we try?
Go try and open my door. It's closed right now.
All right, I will go and I will try to. Actually, I will try to telekinetically open Rowan's door just in case.
The door doesn't move.
Oh. That's kind of
Hmm.
sucks.
That is a problem.
Why don't I just lizard under the door and then unlizard on the other side and open it?
That could work as well. Or Rufus could also go inside again, since we know he can go in. We didn't want to expend that resource.
Sure.
I mean, Rufus, do you feel up to it? Hell, you know, he's in Boone's. He's on Boone's shoulder right now. He just kind of shrugs. All right, give it a shot.
Thank you, Rufus.
Everybody else, you want to thank the little guy? Come on, like,
Oh,
what-
I'm
Uh,
scratching
uh,
him.
thank
I'm
you.
scratching him
Thank
behind the
you.
wings.
Thank you, Rufus.
He
Give him a little
nods.
pat.
Well, exit out the room. So there's like a common area, and then there's a bunch of these doors to these rooms, right?
And the common area is basically just a hallway, and then like one little alcove with a chair.
Okay. All right. Well, I'll sit down in the chair, cross my legs. I'll have my pocket watch out. I'll make it look like I'm kind of looking at it. And I'll have Rufus come out. He'll become a spider and walk his way under the door again.
All right. As he walks his way under the door and looks at the space, Now that there's no people in it, the room seems almost extremely bare. There are two beds in here, and you can tell that someone other than Weregilt was staying in there. Looks like there is a like jacket, like a almost like a blackish brownish duster, and you can see that there is a box that has been left on the bed as well. That has some almost ancient looking carvings all over it. Beyond that, the room itself seems almost like nobody has really been like unpacking their stuff or getting comfortable in here. Thinking back to your own room, Rykard, you can't really even remember if you made the bed, but the beds in here appear to have like neatly tucked hospital corners. It almost seems like very like fastidiously taken care of, extremely organized. Um, you don't see any personal effects that have been left in the room, at least not from Rufus's little vantage point.
Are there any lights in the room? Are there any like lit candles or stuff?
There are magically lit candles that are just sort of floating in the air.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna have Rufus clear the room as a spider first. Just really making sure nobody's under beds, nobody's up in the ceiling, anything like that. Just make sure nobody's there.
Roll a perception check.
Alrighty. Be +1 for now. Ooh, 6.
Looking around, Rufus doesn't notice anyone.
Okay. I'll have him revert to his normal form, and I want to take a look at that box with the carvings.
Okay. As Rufus turns back to its normal form and sort of drifts over, he can see what looks to be a wooden box. It is about a foot long and about maybe 4 inches tall and 5 inches wide. Carved into the top appears to be almost very like Grecian or like classical carvings of what appears to be like several different types of humanoids seem to be like stabbing one another, and you see that like hovering above them seems to be a figure with 8 arms, and each of the arms is holding a different weapon.
Is Alex close to me?
Oh,
Alex?
okay, I'm here. I'm here. Hello. Sorry, my mic wasn't picking me up.
Yeah, he's describing this to you. Does this seem familiar to you? Do you know what any of this is?
I don't think it would, but maybe. Yeah, does it sound familiar at all?
Roll a religion check at disadvantage.
Does
Yeah.
it sound familiar to me at all?
Roll a religion check at disadvantage.
Was it soft? No, I'm just kidding.
7.
Ooh.
Oh,
16.
16.
16. All right. Alex, it doesn't sound like anything that you know about, but you know a little bit about some other religious things, right, Card? You've heard in passing stories of other places. You've heard a little bit about a event, a religious type holiday that's also sort of a cultural thing that happens on Victazol Unitas. Basically, a series of gladiatorial games that happen. They've sort of changed to the extent of your knowledge over the last 500-ish years, but you do recognize that the figure that is sort of floating above appears to maybe be like angelic in some way. A little bit of the symbology Specifically, one of the hands is holding, has what appears to be like an iron gauntlet and is holding a spiked flail. It does remind you a little bit of the Lord of in Iron, Bricktal, who is the god of war and conquest and power.
Yeah, I'll inform Alex quietly. I'll be like, write this down, write this down.
Alex is writing it down.
And sorry, so it's not a huge box, right? If I forgot the dimensions you told me.
It's like just under a foot long, about 4 feet, or not 4 feet, 4 inches tall, and about 5 inches wide. It's not huge. It's
Yeah.
sort of like almost like a jewelry box size, but maybe a little bit longer than that.
Is there a lock on it?
There doesn't appear to be, from what Rufus can tell.
I'll leave it alone for right now. Floating around the room, any papers out? Any books out?
Looking around, Rufus attempts to sort of clamber around, taking in the sights. There is a desk that seems to have had something on it recently. There's just a little bit of dust that's moved.
Okay. Looking through.
Can you take a look at the ink?
drawers.
If there's any ink on the desk.
Yeah, I'll take a look. Take a look at the ink, yeah.
The ink appears to be black.
Looks like regular ink to me. I'll have Rufus.
Do I
smell
know
it.
if Sorry, do I know if like the King's Flame flowers would make the ink like a different color?
I would say probably not. You're not very familiar with the existence of King's Flame as previously established.
Did you tell me about the King's Flame? Did you tell me about all that stuff?
I probably would, like as I'm mentioning, like the ink.
Okay.
Like for.
I'll have
record,
Rufus
too.
smell the ink.
Roll another perception check for Rufus, I suppose.
Alrighty.
Is King's Flame like something that's heard of like in the wilds?
You can go ahead and roll a nature check, Rowan.
It's 20 for his perception.
Smells like ink.
25.
You know, as they're sort of mentioning this, Rowan, you're sort of thinking back to your own druidic training. You recall that one of the more powerful witches in your coven had actively been seeking this particular flower. King's Flame flowers are particularly important to the Ember Keepers in the wilds. You know that they partially use that flower to keep the eternal flame burning. But you know that it only grows in places that are pitch black. Places like somewhere where the sun would never shine or never reach. So places like the Underdark, or places that are kept in an eternal twilight, the deepest, darkest caves, spots that have been magically enchanted for it to grow. And it only grows during the colder seasons as well. You know that it enhances fire magic to make it stronger, and you have a sense that if it were used in ink, it might make paper burn a lot more readily.
Okay. Yeah, Rowan will share that. I've actually heard of the King's Flame flowers before. They're very valued by the Ember Flame. The Ember
Keepers?
Keeper Coven, yeah. They use it to keep the eternal flame going. It only grows in absolute darkness. I know that it can be used to enhance fire magic, and if it's in ink, it might make the paper more flammable. Not sure what...
Could we test it out? Is there a piece of paper in there, Rykard?
Isn't all paper flammable?
Even more flammable.
Well, what does that mean?
Yeah. Do we have magicians? Like, have we seen the flash paper? You know what that is? Or it's like something like.
Do we
Yeah,
have
it has to be
that?
sleight of hand.
Have
and-
I
and
ever seen a
motion.
balloon dog? I need to know.
Yeah, it would be like flash paper more so than like normal paper burning. It would just be like gone.
Hmm.
Gotcha. Look for a little scrap of paper.
Looking around, you don't see any, as Rufus.
Could I
I got
pull
an
out a piece of
idea.
scrap paper and slide it under the door?
That's suspicious.
He's sending a love letter.
Feel
Sure, you shove a blank piece of paper under the door, Alex. The rest of you feel like you're probably spending a fairly good amount of time here, and you're not sure when people might start returning.
Yeah, I have a question. If Rowan is just sitting in the room, would it be possible that I could use my woodworking kit and just kind of start whittling at my bowl a little bit?
Sure,
Okay.
roll sleight of hand, just to see how generally effective it is as you go through the process.
16.
All right, you whittle and you whittle deftly as you're all gathered here, sort of waiting for Rufus to find things.
I think
The-
once we test the paper, we should probably stop. I fear we've been here too long.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just chilling outside right now, like outside the room. Beacon's still in the room, presumably. I'm not sure if like all of us came out here.
Oh, I'm in the room.
It's just
Wait,
me
I
and
thought we were
Rykard.
all in the room.
I'd
Yeah,
also
I thought
we were all in the dorm
Yeah.
room.
No, I'm in the common room right now.
Yeah, no, me and Rykard are out in the common room.
All right,
Okay, fair.
Yeah.
so you shove some paper under the door. What do you want Rufus to do?
Rufus grabs it and he dips his one little claw into the ink and smears it on the paper.
Okay.
And then he slides it back into the door to Alex.
Alex will telekinetically pull it up, and I'll use a bit of flame from Sorceress Burst to try and set the paper on fire and see if it burns any faster than usual.
It appears to burn at a perfectly normal rate.
All right, cool. In the box, sorry, I've been forgetting it. There's not a lock on it. You said, right?
There doesn't appear to be.
Try and open the box. Cool.
Are you asking me?
Yeah, it's the only person here.
You guys are the ones in charge.
Alex is just staring at the ceiling.
Sorry, no. I kind of
No, I'm
that was
talking
Sam. I
to
kind of
Rufus
spaced out there
right
for a second. Sorry, I
Oh my
spaced out.
God.
All right. Is there any traps on it?
I don't know. I'll have Rufus check for traps.
Sure. I'll say Rufus is not very familiar with traps, and
That's fine.
I'll give him a disadvantage here on his investigation.
Okay. It's like a 4. Yeah.
Rufus doesn't see any traps.
Mm,
He doesn't see anything. I'll have Rufus.
Well, was there anything else in the room that was of note other than that? I can't remember now. There was the box with the sigils.
It's a box and
um,
there's a desk and there was
Something
floating
moved
candles.
recently from the desk.
Yep. But it's gone. So, not yet it was.
Anything inside the desk?
I'll have Rufus take a look at the desk. Take a look at the drawers. If there are any drawers.
Sure. Rufus slides the one drawer open and finds that there is parchment in there. He also finds what appears to be like a cosmetic hand mirror and a hairbrush, as well as some ribbons.
Get the hairbrush, or get the get the hair.
Is there any hair in the hairbrush?
Probably a little bit. It's not like
Okay,
it's like
well-
one of those brushes that's like full of hair that nobody's ever cleared out.
Yeah. None of these people are gross, guys. Come on now. No, he'll grab some of the hair.
Is there anything on the
Some of the
parchment?
hair.
Grab a little bit of the hair. Looking at the parchment. Is there anything in the parchment?
Does not appear to be anything on the parchment.
Okay. That's how Alex get by the door. He's gonna slide something under the room, and I'll have Rufus take the hair, take the piece of parchment, fold it over, slide it under the door. The hair inside of it.
All right, you have Rufus slide it over. At this point, you feel like it's probably been about at least 15 minutes of Rufus going through this room.
All right. I'll have Rufus close the drawer, and I'll tell Alex, little guy's getting nervous. He wants to get out of there.
All right, I think we got what we need then.
All right. Snap my fingers. Rufus is back in my lap.
All right, as Rufus reappears in your lap, you feel that you've probably exhausted, at least for now, what you can do here.
Good work, Rufus. Give him a
Good
little
work,
scratch.
bud. He'll shoot you a little thumbs up. I'll give him a little fist bump. All right. Got your stuff? Good. Alex?
All
all
right.
good?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, that should be good for now. I have my notes, and we will give this to Rowan.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna chill out here for a little bit, and I'll give Rufus a little snacky for my what do you call those, rations?
All right, you give Rufus a small snack. Alex, you bring over to Rowan the hair in the piece of paper. As you pass by the doorway, you see Hibernal leaves the room that she shares with Boone. As she sort of opens the door, she goes, "Oh, hi there. Long time no see."
Yes. I don't believe we've actually formally been introduced. I'm Alex.
Hi, Alex. I'm Hibernal. Well, where are you off to? Seem to be in a rush.
Oh, I'm just heading back to my room. It's been a long day.
She sort of clears her throat as she remembers her accent. Um,
I do, girl, I do.
It's been a day
Everyone
for
clears her
her.
throat as she remembers who she is.
Inside check, inside check.
Inside check. It's a
She's the
changeling.
she's the cat pack cassette under her robes.
She's had a British accent this whole time. She sort of just nods a little and says, "Well, if you see Boone, let her know that I am off. I am going to see if I can't see somebody about a little puzzle."
All right, I'll be sure to let Boone know.
Very well. And she sort of gives a little nod and seems to... She gives a little bit of a look between you and Rykard, but then walks away.
She said, "What are you guys doing out here? By
Okay, so-
yourselves, alone,
Alone.
walking out of the same room."
All right, yeah.
Alex,
Go back into our
bring
room.
the
Yeah.
hair over to Rowan.
Yeah, so for my bowl, all I really, like the main thing that I was trying to do in the kind of bottom center of the bowl, he wanted to carve out kind of like a half circle, like semicircle inlet, so that way he can affix the black pearl, using some kind of adhesive or just wax from a candle if that's all he can get, just something to affix that to it, and then would have just spent a little time kind of, you know, making some decorative kind of swirls around it, and then carving in a few like arcane divination symbols.
Okay. As you carve in the last symbol, Alex enters the room.
Oh, what'd you guys find?
We got some hair for you,
Right?
and I will pass over the sheet of parchment towards Rowan. And Hibernal just left for some puzzle. Boone. She wanted us to tell you.
Okay.
She's
Am
so
I supposed
sweet.
to do a puzzle?
Maybe it's the one that you already did, or that we already did.
I
It
didn't
could
do
be
a
for the
puzzle.
That's
Vermilion
like the
Crest
order.
required quite a few puzzles, so perhaps it is that.
Oh. Oh yeah, I did take the dead-wooded bet.
What's the parchment?
Inside is the hair
Oh,
that you needed.
and it just kind of looks like clumped together. Does it look like kind of like a lock, like just one little?
It's like 3 strands of hair.
Okay. Okay.
Are they greasy? Is there like oil on them?
No, they appear like perfectly clean and almost like starlight white.
Do I
No
smell a
dandruff.
shampoo?
Damn.
Are you sniffing 3 strands of hair?
I'll sniff them. I got a big nose. I got a big schnonker.
You gotta suck
Sure,
the
go
thing
ahead
up
and
with
roll a
that nose,
perception
dude.
check.
Don't sniff them out.
It's fine. What are they? Wait, what?
Huh?
Am I supposed to be
Are you
rolling
sniffing
something?
it?
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah.
you're supposed to roll perception.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that.
Ooh.
25. This
As
bitch
you
uses
smell the
Maybelline.
hair. It smells to you like lilies.
Smells like lilies.
Color's the hair?
It's wet.
It's white. Cool.
Uh,
Can I see that piece of
Oh,
paper?
Yes.
Then I'll cast light on my hand and put it under the piece of paper to see if I see anything on it.
You don't see anything on the piece of paper. It appears to have been like fresh parchment that hasn't been used for anything yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's anything. I'll hand it back.
Right then. So, Rowan, what are you planning on doing?
well, this isn't very much. It's probably only enough for me to cast it once. The spell that I can do, it draws on the vital essence left behind and some personal affect, blood, hair, flesh, something like that. It consumes it during the spell, but I can use it to potentially divine some things. I'm not sure what we're trying to get out of this right now. I mean, I could learn their current physical condition, the type of creature that they are, if there's anything they're resistant to or immune to. I could detect if they're close or far, their kind of general direction, if we wanted to track them. Their emotional state, or if there's any spells affecting them. Not all of these together. It would be... at most, I could do 2 of these things, or maybe 3 if I push it a little farther. I don't know if this helps for what you're trying to figure out. I mean, if we're just trying to go find them, now that we've lost sight of them, I mean, this will kind of give us like a general compass for about 10 minutes or so.
All right.
Certainly.
Knowing where they are could be helpful, but perhaps we should also try to learn a little bit more as well. What did you say it was? It was their creature type, resistance and
Yeah,
immunities.
let me see if I can just link it.
Emotional state, and spells.
Doesn't have the little dots, but yeah, that kind of middle portion. I would have to
Okay.
cast it at 3rd level and then use spell weaving to push it to 4th, and I could learn 3 of those things.
Right.
Okay. Well, what should we probably learn other than like general direction? Like, would it be useful to know spells or their emotional state?
Spells could probably be good. Hunt has a medical status as well as an or general
Yeah.
school. Okay.
So it wouldn't be
general
like
direct-
identify, but yeah, it would just kind of like tell us if there's something on them and kind of like detect magic, basically.
Right. I guess that could be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should we try to do emotional state too, or no? That might not be worth it.
Yeah, I don't know about emotional state.
Yeah, because they could be pretty calm about this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with type of creature too, because like
Yeah.
most likely they're humanoid, but if they're not, you get to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be good to know if they're not humanoid. Because, yeah, that was a bit... Yeah, so could you explain again, Harry, the gray cloak person melted into their shadow?
Yeah, they like turned to shadow and then like fused back with the shadow of Weregild.
It's an Echo Knight, guys. Come on now.
I don't know about
How is
that.
that Echo Knight?
Shadow people. Come on now. Come on now.
Yeah, you talk to your shadow like that, buddy? I don't know about that.
Come on, dude. All the time.
So yeah. Yeah, I think creature, like with that creature, their general direction and magical effects.
Yeah. If you can push that, Rowan. Or Chris.
Yeah, no, I can. That's fine. I have a
Topher,
third still.
Brian.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Now you're going too far. Richard, back up, buddy.
When I catch you, Ricky.
All right. You want me to do that right now, and then I'll be gonna try to like hail them, see where they went.
Probably best to do so
Yeah.
sooner rather than later.
Right. Yeah. Still takes a minute. The ritual cast it. But I will start then. I will, I guess, try to clear out some space on the floor in the middle of Beacon and Alex's room, enough to kind of draw a little kind of chalk circle and set my bowl in the center of it. And I'll start the process of doing that. So it'll take 10 minutes. And yeah.
All right. As you're setting it up, does anybody want to do anything to investigate any of the other potential suspects? It
I
does
am
seem,
kind of.
to the extent of
Oh,
your knowledge,
sorry.
that you're alone in the rooms of the initiates here.
Yeah, I am kind of
Yeah.
interested in stealing.
Yeah.
Can I go into my room and see
Yeah.
what letter Hibernal took?
Sure. You open up the door to your room. It opens at your touch. Looking in there, you see that there actually is only one letter that is left behind, and it appears to, or sorry, two letters are left. Hold on, my brain's shutting off.
Oh.
Sorry. The letters of both Vermilion Crest and Lyre Song are left behind.
Oh, so she didn't take any of them?
To the extent of your knowledge, either she got another one or she's doing something else. You're not sure. You do recall that you had to feed your wooden letter sunlight first. In a way, there was a puzzle involved.
Well, not my circus, not my monkeys. I will return.
Not even going to investigate?
I don't know where
Girl.
she went. You guys are freaks for
Look
following
through her
people around all
stuff.
day. Look through her stuff, girl. No, I'll return.
All right, Beacon, are you going to go look at Steelin's room?
Yes, I am.
All right. Steelin has left the door ajar. You're easily able to open it and take a look inside. You see that inside there's quite a few personal belongings. You can see that there appears to be a like fur cloak of some kind, belongs to some type of animal. You can see that it is like large and white. You can see that there's like a change of clothes. They appear to be very loose, almost like Viking style clothing. You can see that there is what appears to be like a hammer and like a long metal, almost like a needle. And you can see that there is blue ink inside of a small sort of jar beside it, and it looks quite thick. Beyond that, there's a chest that appears to be there, a slouchy bag that has been abandoned, and there's a small like set of candles that all seem to have some sort of figures and shapes carved into them. The other person who is in this room seems to have left behind a large hammer, and you can see also a slouchy bag.
Okay. Large. Large. Plus bag. Can I oh no, I can't ask for one. Okay, can I quickly look at the ink? It's like the blue ink, yeah.
Looking at the blue ink, you sort of look at it in the jar. It looks like quite thick and viscous.
Hmm. Um, is there any parchment that I can see?
Not that you can see, no.
I can see. Okay. Wonder if I can. I'll go run back in a second. First, the chest that's there. Can I see is can I open the chest?
You look at the chest and you can see that there's a large iron padlock that keeps it shut. However, he has left the key inside of it.
Okay, well, I will open that, I guess.
As you sort of turn it in the lock, you open the chest. Inside, you see what appears to be like a wooden carving of a little falcon, like a little totem on a necklace. You see that there is like a scrap of fabric that is like deep blue and weathered. And you can see that there is a symbol of what appears to be like the wheel at the helm of a large boat or a vessel of some kind.
Does that symbol mean anything to me?
Roll a
I
religion
know the
check.
answer. Religion.
Didn't you just learn about this today?
I think so. I think I know what it is, but 10.
You know that there's two symbols to this deity. You believe that this could be a symbol to the Mist Mother. You see that on the other side of the symbol with the helm of the boat or the wheel of the ship. On the other side, there's a chariot that has a spear armed charioteer on it.
Okay, cool. Right. What else is here? It's the bag. Yeah, Beacon's not feeling too gray about it, but he's like, gotta do what I gotta do. Is there anything interesting inside of the bag?
You open the bag and you see that it's basically filled to the brim with rations.
Okay, cool. So,
Like an amount of rations that seems nonsensical. Like maybe he took all the rations from other people's chests.
Dang. Just be like, oh, that's crazy. And I think that's all I was hoping to investigate. Okay, I'm going to quickly head over to Alex, and I'll say, do you have a piece of parchment I can borrow?
Alex will quickly pull out a piece of parchment.
All right, I'm going to go back, and with the ink, I just want to write a letter, just a A or whatever the common equivalent is.
The ink is extremely thick and it barely seems to move.
Hmm. Do I know? It's a weird question, but do I know of different types of inks or way to make ink? Really? Can I think of a reason why this ink would be so viscous?
It's blue in a way that looks a lot like the tattoos he has.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. Okay. I think he'll come to that realization, put the ink away, and then come back to the group.
All right, you rejoin the group.
Mhm.
At this point,
Um,
Rowan, you have finished sort of setting things up. Beacon, is there anything you want to share with the group?
honestly wasn't able to find out too much in Steelan's room. The ink that I got the parchment for, I think that was pretty sure that was tattoo ink. I don't think it's what we're looking for.
Good to investigate regardless.
Absolutely. Rowan, or how are you doing over there?
I think I'm almost done if everyone's ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, kind of as he finishes this last part of this long form ritual, he starts to focus a little bit more, kind of closing his eyes for a moment, igniting the small little tea light candle that he has before his bowl, and he takes a little bit more time, his hands kind of slowly passing in these kind of circular motions in the air as he starts to draw forth different weaves of elements, pulling threads of fire from the candle in front of him, threads of earth magic from the ground beneath them, threads of water from his water skin, and air from the air around them. And as they kind of begin to weave together over this bowl that he's carved, I will reach into my bag. He'll pull out his sickle, and he will slice just a small part of his thumb, just enough to draw some blood. Kind of as he holds his hand over the bowl, uh, dripping a little bit of blood down onto the hair and into the bowl. It begins to kind of sizzle with magical power. And he will say, "By trace of hair, by blood and bone, let truths of essence now be known." And as the weaves of magic kind of surge into the black pearl embedded at the bottom of the bowl, his eyes will go white, and I will try to draw forth information about the creature's type, their general direction, and whether they're near or far, and their current magical status. So I'll cast it at 3rd level, and I will spend a spell weaving which I just read that, and I'll spend a spell weaving charge to amp the spell to 4th level to get that third bit of information.
Okay. Discretion awarded. A strong creature. I'm going to make them do a wisdom save.
Okay.
See if they can resist. What's your spell save DC, Chris?
It is 16.
Okay. I'm going to do a whispered roll on this one. Okay. They failed.
Ooh.
So, you wanted to know the creature's type, if there was any magic on them, and
And their general direction, and whether they're near, distant, or far. Then I can hold concentration for 10 minutes.
I'm sorry, was it all the ones that I listed as well, or just...
Yes, yeah, the 2 that you listed, and then its distance as well, yeah.
Okay, so you have a sense that they are not distant from you. In fact, there may be, oh, I don't know what this would be in feet, but like, I don't know, 700 meters away. I think you divide that by 3-ish to get the amount of feet. I don't know. Or sorry, yards, I guess. They are in a, like, they're beneath you, as in like literally like longitudinally. They're like lower, on a lower level of this building than you. And you have a sense that they are probably in the direction of the memento, or perhaps the library. They're both quite close to each other. You have a sense that this creature, or this person, is a Kalashtar.
Ooh.
And you can tell that there is divination magic and a small amount of abjuration magic on this person.
Ooh, okay. Kind of after a minute, you know, you can see he's kind of really kind of like gripped by the spell. His eyes have gone white. The color fades, and he kind of snaps back into it a little bit. They're they're not far. There's some amount of divination magic on them, as well as abjuration, and I believe they're a Kalistar. I don't think I've ever met any Kalistar.
I've met Kalistar, but that was amazing. Your magic is very cool, Rowan.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Hopefully it can be useful. I can still feel where they are a bit if we want to try to find them.
Yeah, let's at least try to see where they are.
Okay, I'll pack up my bowl and kind of shove my stuff back in the bag, and I will kind of only having a general sense of, you know, their direction and whether they're close, distant, or far. I will try to. I guess I'll head first, maybe towards the memento, and kind of see if it starts getting any closer.
Yeah, but probably not all move together. Should we split up, like just let Rowan go, or go in a pair? What do we think?
Maybe go in pairs, or well, there's 5 of us, so yeah, 2, 3.
Yeah, we can split up. Who wants to come with me?
I can go with you if you want.
All right. Are you guys gonna like tail us in the distance, or just wait here?
Yeah, we'll be close behind.
And
As you
you have that horn, right?
Right.
That you can use to alert us if of anything.
I'll let you know.
Oh,
as you
sorry.
go ahead.
I can do something too, so we can alert you. So he kind of he reaches up and locks 2 of his fingers kind of around one of his smaller nubs on his antler. So he kind of closes his eyes for a second. A bit of magic kind of stems from his fingers, and he snaps it off.
You good?
Here, take this. And he sticks his hand out towards
I'm
Beacon.
not touching that.
Not you, Beacon.
Beacon gingerly take it. Hey.
Don't.
Is it gonna like come back?
Yeah, it'll grow back. I'll be fine. But I can I can use that as long as you're holding it. I can send you a sort of message from a distance.
Okay.
That's very cool.
That's very useful.
Thank
I
you.
wish I didn't know that about you.
Well, there's a lot I wish I didn't know about you, Boone, but we are where we are. Let's go. All right.
All right. As you stagger your departure, heading to the memento, you head over there and you not see Wergild there. You assume that they're actually a floor lower and they are probably in the library. However, you see Greymore and you see Griffo and Brownlock are all sitting together now at the memento.
Not here, Alex. Do you... Maybe he's in the library. Should we just head there?
Let's go down while your spell still is active.
All right. Yeah, we'll just head straight for the library then.
All right. You head down to the library, and it takes only a few minutes of searching and moving throughout the library before you have a sense of where they are. Are you trying to like confront them, speak to them, see them, or are you just trying to get a gauge of where they are?
I think we just want to lay eyes on them from a distance,
Yeah,
right?
see them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you're trying to be subtle about it, can everybody go ahead and roll a stealth check?
I think it's just the 2 of them that are there.
Yeah, it's just us down here right now.
Yeah. And then they're kind of further behind, so maybe they...
I
Oh,
understand
probably.
that, but if they're catching up to you at some point,
Oh, true.
theoretically they are also
Yeah,
trying to be
fair
stealthy,
enough.
right?
Word.
21.
Okay.
Let's go. We so stealthy.
Okay.
Well,
Everybody
let
give
me
us
get
Oh my
look at
god.
us, look at us,
Wait,
look at us, look at us.
take a picture. I'm
Wait
good.
a minute. Take a picture. Pin that.
So, as you all head down into the library at staggered levels, initially, Alex and Rowan, you head to the area where you would expect to find them based on the sort of knowledge that you have, based on the spell that you had used. Now, as you move through the different areas, you find that beside a sort of trickling, almost babbling area, or rather a brook, that has been sort of built into this space, almost like a small aqueduct or canal, you see that in the far stacks in the 900s, far near the back, you see that Wergilt is sitting down with a number of books sort of spread out all around them. You can see that there are like these thick old tomes of various different colors and bindings that are all splayed out in front of them, probably about 10 or so books. Some are propped up so that they can be easily read, some are laid flat, some of them are stacked on top of each other. You can see that Steelin is sort of standing about 10 feet away, arms crossed. Looks like he's falling asleep while standing up and leaning back against a bookshelf. And yet does not seem to be completely unconscious, just sort of like really bored standing there. As you all sort of sneak a little bit closer and hide amidst the various stacks nearby, Wergild seems to sort of like pore over these texts and seems to sort of shake their head to themselves a few times. They close one shut and a little bit of dust flies off, and the sort of sound of it snapping closed seems to like jolt Steelin awake. And Steelin says, "What exactly are you looking for?" Wergild sort of like lets out a deep sigh and says, "I have told you before, Steelin. I am paying you coin not to ask questions, but to be muscle. Now keep an eye out." Steelin sort of lets out a deep sigh and says, "You know, it is not really beneficial to any of us for you to be so tight-lipped. I may not look it, but I do know some things. For example, I know that you are reading a very old book. Perhaps that could be..." And Steelin sort of gets cut off, and Wergild just sort of shakes her head and says, "I know that you are trying to be helpful, but I do not require your assistance at this moment. Now do what you are paid to do." Steelin sort of like lets out a long, suffering sigh and just sort of goes back to leaning against the bookcase. You can all see as Steelin sort of looks side to side, but doesn't seem to notice any of you.
What? I might have missed it, but what section of the library are we like in right now?
So you are in the 900s. As you look up to one of the signs nearby, you can see that it appears to be a section on history. And as you look at it, it appears to specifically be a section on ancient history as it relates to Boscoliat and Victozal Unitas, as well as Craven's Bone.
This is getting the better of me. I want to go.
What are you thinking?
I want to see what he's reading.
Oh, do you think it's a bad idea to just go like talk to him?
Probably.
Hmm.
I would imagine that Steelin is keeping guard.
Yeah, he wasn't really very nice to me before.
All right.
What are you thinking?
Now suppose I might cast invisibility on myself and just go and see if I can get a closer look.
All right.
Sounds like some Liar Song stuff. Go for it.
Anything goes wrong, we're right here.
Okay. Yeah, using that kind of stealth, was high stealth that we got. Alex will kind of pull some of the shadows a little bit closer to himself, begin to wrap around him, and he is going to cast invisibility and try to get a little bit closer and see what books they're reading.
All right. As you cast invisibility and proceed forward, you make your way sort of between Steelin and also Weregilt. As you approach and sort of look over Weregilt's shoulder, you don't think that they can tell that you're there. You see that the different books and tomes that are sort of unfolded before them all seem to be different ones. Primarily, they seem to relate to ruins that have been discovered on the island of Cravensbone. You can tell that these are mostly like journals or like research reports, things like that, that have all been compiled into these like fancifully bound tomes. They primarily seem to be about a like the island itself, how it seems to reorganize itself, um, the theorized history before the shroud fell, different accounts from people who claimed to have lived on Craven's Bone. It seems to sort of just be like a mishmash of different things, but all of it has to do with ruins of Craven's Bone and the people who lived here before.
Just with that cursory glance, do any of the ruins sound like the one that we were in?
Not really.
Okay.
Based on what they are looking at, none of it seems to be completely related to what you've been looking at.
Okay. And is that all like the books seem to be about?
There's one that seems a little bit different that stands out to you, which is a like journal. It's closed, and you see that on it there appears to be like a like cord binding.
Okay. Is there anything written on the front of it?
Nope, it just appears to be like a leathered bound journal, bound up by cord. They haven't opened it yet.
Okay. I'll kind of wait for that then. Um, just judging by what they're reading, I don't know. Like, am I able like to tell like what they might be trying to look for, like based on like what pages they're lingering on? If they're like saying anything as they're
How long are
looking
you
through it, like,
planning on waiting behind them?
um, I feel like as long as like, I feel like as long as I need to,
How long does invisibility last?
an hour.
Okay. You stand behind them for a good while. Looking over their shoulder, you see that they seem to linger on pages that have any sort of drawings or pictograms of like how the island was organized one time or another. And you can see that they seem to really focus on any pages that mention a lingering darkness in a darkened city.
Okay. All right. And during that time, they don't open the journal at all.
No.
All right. I think with that information, it doesn't really sound like they're looking into anything that might be related to the pack. That is just something entirely different. Does that seem to be the impression that I'm getting?
They don't look into anything that seems related to the pact.
Yeah, or anything that might suggest. Okay. All right. If after a little while, like they don't seem to be like investigating anything like that, Alex will kind of come back to the group. I'll still keep invisibility up, just in case, but I'll tap Beacon on the shoulder.
Good to see you back.
I don't think that they're studying anything related to obtaining the pact.
Hmm.
Just generally suspicious.
Yeah, the behavior's interesting, but now they're not planning on destroying the pact.
Not the person that we're looking for, I think.
Someone that we can, it's for the moment anyway, keep less of an eye on. Did good work. Do you want to stick? Should we probably leave?
Um,
That chapter
Yeah,
captain, anywhere to be seen? Captain Nilus, whatever his name is. Nihilus?
Nils,
Nils?
go ahead and roll a perception check.
Alrighty. That 20 for 22.
Nice.
Looking around, the only thing that really draws your attention is that occasionally some people in the space do seem to like look towards your group because you've been standing there for like 30 minutes not doing anything. But you don't see a specific person who seems to be like standing there watching all of you.
Oh. We done here, guys? We done.
I think we're done here.
Sweet.
You stop by a graveyard now.
Sure.
Yeah, let's stop by a graveyard. No, there was a graveyard around here.
Can I head
As
towards
you
where they direct me by the waterfall?
part
I was like, can I head to where Vicenda had directed me before, like by the waterfall, take out my pendant or whatever? There's a secret way up.
Yes. Yeah. You approach over there, and as you sort of look over it, you see what appears to be like a mid-sized sort of waterfall. There's a moment where you sort of think that it probably shouldn't be in a library, but at the same time, you have a knowledge of the arcane. You have a sense that there's magical protections in place. You have a sense that even as you approach it, you can sort of smell that sort of deciduous, earthy, slightly decomposing smell. It doesn't smell acrid or like mold, but more vegetative and fungal as you approach the waterway. As you sort of look up at the top of the waterfall, sort of tucked away in a corner of this library, you think you see like long branches of a tree extending over it, like a drooping canopy. You know you were told that somewhere over here there's a sort of sacred spot where some remains are laid to rest.
You said I see the top of a tree?
At the top of the waterfall.
Oh. Okay, I will try to... She said take out my pendant. Did she mean like just presenting my like my Brave Hollow crest, like my Deadwood crest thing? Okay. I will try to approach, I guess, beside the waterfall and present that.
You see that the waterfall parts on both sides like a curtain being moved away, and peering just behind, you see um, a like tucked away and slightly hidden area where there seems to be soft earth, and you can see that carved on the ceiling there appear to be symbols and names that have been left.
Hmm. Oh. Okay. Then I will. Rowan will kind of approach that area, and he'll take a minute. I mean, I don't want to hold up the group too much, but he'll kind of read some of the names and try to be mindful about his presence in the area, not just open some dirt and leaving. But I'll sit down and I'll pull out a couple like seed pods from my little pouch. And I'll kind of plant them and cast Druidcraft as a way of trying to give back to the area for what I'm taking. And then I will collect how many vials? Yeah, I guess I only have 2 vials of onyx right now, so I'll just collect 2 vials of some grave dirt.
All right, you gather up 2 vials of grave dirt.
Then I'll hop back out.
And are you the only
sorry.
one? Oh, you're the only one that can go in there. Never mind.
Oh. I think you can too.
You should go look what names are on the ceiling because I'm curious.
Oh, I saw a couple. Just when I was glancing, like, what are a couple names that I might have seen?
Some of the ones that you saw were Eulalia, Heliki, Laudamadia. You see Aaron, Abbott, Timandra, like a whole bunch of names that you don't recognize.
He'll rattle them off. I don't know. I think that's maybe where they lay some of the people that come here to rest. I mean, I think you should be able to go in, Boone, if you're curious, but I just needed a little bit for a spell. I'm good now. What next?
I'll still keep up invisibility for as long as possible, just kind of going through that list of names.
I think.
Is there anyone else that jumps out?
On the list of names that were given to you by
Mm.
the captain.
Mhm.
Well, there's several names that you don't know, as these are people you
Yeah.
haven't met. Beyond that, I mean, it's hard to say. You haven't investigated any of the people you don't know.
I'm
Mm.
thinking that maybe we should try to talk to the more recently hollowed. And that will be kind of difficult for us, as most of them aren't even a part of Liar Song.
I think that would probably be a good idea if they are around. Perhaps we could ask Lucan where you might be able to find them if they are recently hollowed.
Well, didn't y'all just pass what's their face? Brownlock something in the tavern?
No, that was Greymore
Oh, yeah.
and
Those
Grifo.
people.
Yeah, but they are still initiates. They were not the recently hollowed.
Well, Garfo is. Allegedly.
Not yet.
I thought he was saying that he got into Liar Song but was like being secretive about it for some weird reason.
Well, he's on the initiate list.
That doesn't mean that we can't investigate them further.
Oh no, absolutely not. Alright. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so maybe we go. I don't know.
Right.
Would Memento be the best place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Um,
so.
Okay. I assume the hour's kind of wearing off a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh,
At this point, you probably
yeah.
have maybe 10 more minutes.
Okay.
And it's also, you're getting the sense that it's starting to get quite late.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can just talk a little bit and figure things out. I will dispel the invisibility, I guess, for now. And if I try to like focus on my clothes and try to change them to look like initiates' clothes, do they change?
They do turn back to initiate robes, yes.
I'll kind of tuck the pin away as well, and kind of gesture for Beacon to do the same.
I will do so. I will ask him, what are you thinking?
Just if we wanted to try and talk to some of these people, perhaps it is not best to broadcast. You know, like what order we are part of.
Fair enough.
You head back up to the memento. Doing so probably takes about 4 more minutes of your time. As you reach up at the memento, you notice that it's a little bit busier now. It seems like people are gathering for food. You notice that Urgul, the large troll, looks quite disappointed and a little bit troubled by something as it feeds the various people that approach. You can see that Brownlock is no longer sitting with Greymore and Griffo. But you see that there's lots of people from all different sort of groups that seem to have all gathered together for food. You see that there's sort of some loud music playing, and it seems like there's also a lot more members of Deadwood than there were earlier now out and about. You also see that sort of almost parked in the pool, the sort of entrance area, you see that there are these large cats that have harnesses and saddles on them.
The cats have furnaces on them?
Nope, not at all. They have harnesses on them.
Oh, okay. I was like, furnaces? What?
They're setting the cats on fire. Oh my god.
That's cool. I love that. Leave me alone. I can't hear anything.
I like the music.
Me too. All right. Well, we don't know what any of these people look like. That's gonna be a problem.
See if Lucan's here.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can see if Lucan's here.
Lucan is tending the bar as he almost always is.
You go talk to him. Probably
Yeah.
knows about the initiates.
Yeah, that was my first thought. All right. Yeah, let's go up to Lucan.
Go plop down at the bar.
All right, as you approach the bar, Lucan sort of like throws a towel over his shoulder, tilts his hat downwards towards all of you, and says, "Well, well, look at all you. Looks like you've all found new homes, except for..." And he sort of gestures vaguely to Beacon and Alexios. "Sorry to hear about that. I guess after what happened earlier in the petrification and all, they might not have let you into Lyre Song, eh?"
They told you about that?
It was pretty obvious, seeing as you were getting unpetrified right in the middle of the common area.
But I suppose that's what broadcast it. We're working on it.
Hell, don't give up just because things didn't go right the first time. Hell, you hunting for some new work?
Not any new work at the moment. But we were told in order to perhaps learn a little bit more about the other orders, to perhaps speak to some people who were more recently inducted.
He sort of
And
raises an eyebrow at that, but gestures for you to continue.
we were just wondering if anyone who has more recently joined one of the orders might be around here.
Well, we've got a lot of new folks kicking around now. But maybe if you mention someone specific, or someone from an order specific, I can point you in their direction.
Well, we know that oh shoot, what's his name? Give me a second.
Say that in character.
Panther. And we heard that a recent initiate to Liar Song, Xanther. We were hoping maybe we could talk to him, maybe get some hints or tips about trying to get into Liar Song.
Yes, or perhaps
Maybe what we
Gerthold.
can do better our next
Yeah.
task.
Well, Xanther might be a little hard to get your hands on, seeing as they seem to be hiding away in the common spaces of Liar Song. They come down once a day or so to go visit Ambaxious, gathering a bunch of fabric up for something.
Maybe we'll
Right,
catch them then.
Yes. I was also interested in learning more about the Vermilion Crest as well. What about Gerthold? We've heard that name around.
Lucan pauses for a minute and then gives a slow nod. Yeah, Gerthold. I know about them a little bit. Gerthold. Well, you might find her either back down on the library or in the training grounds, if she's not over in one of the actual areas for the Vermilion Crest. She's been doing some big research, I think, but I'm not entirely sure. It's a problem with being in a different order. Sometimes you don't know everything that's going on. I will say that Gerthold's been requesting to use the teleportation circle to go back to the Radiant Empire a lot recently. We try to limit visits to absolutely essential things, so they haven't really had too much of a chance to leave. I think they left about a month ago and came back a few days after. They've been here since, even though they've been requesting to leave.
How long have they been here since they've gone back? Like how many days?
3 or so weeks.
Been here 3 weeks. Shut up, Chris. So they were gone 3 weeks, or they've been here for 3 weeks?
They were gone a month ago. They came back a few days after. They've been here for about 3 weeks.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
3 weeks. Okay, so they're in our window.
Yeah, what does she look like if we were trying to find her?
He scratches at his beard like he's thinking. Well, she's a human, and I think she has brown hair, brown eyes, an earring on her left ear, I think.
Well, look out for her.
Well, he gestures towards Rykard. If you need to find her, she's probably over in the Vermilion Crest quarters, as I said. out of the library. She doesn't tend to partake in food down here, but sometimes she'll head on over to the Arcanum.
I appreciate the heads up. Alex, or anybody else?
Harry, just really quickly going through these notes again. So we know it's someone that's probably associated with either the Raiding Empire or with HKE for some reason. So the only people that we knew from those notes that were recently hollowed were Xanther, Gertold, and was it Dayan?
Yeah,
Yeah,
Matched my
Dan.
description?
Yeah, Dan. Yes. Probably ask about Dan, actually.
Yeah, and if we were interested in learning more about Deadwood, we were told to speak to perhaps Dayan. Do you know who they might be?
He nods and sort of rubs at his temples as he say that. I don't know if I'd go to Dayan if I was asking questions about how to better in Deadwood.
Oh, why?
Dayan is, well, a little bitter about being in Deadwood in the first place.
Were they hoping to be in another order?
They were, but you can ask them more about that. Not my story to tell. Dayan can be found just over there, and Lucan points to what appears to be a sort of pale purplish skin-toned tiefling. They have very like stumpy horns, and what appears to be like a shaggy, almost like emo haircut.
Okay. Well, good to know. I think that's should be everyone, because no one else is really from.
I don't think so, right, Harry?
Yes, nobody else that you know of is from those places, but recall it also says or has another reason.
I feel like we can't just ask him for every single person here.
You probably should.
Why?
What?
You probably shouldn't, but
Yeah, exactly. I think we should
think
just
we
stick with
should
these ones
stop
for now,
here.
and
Yeah.
then figure out the rest later.
Lucan, I did have a question though. Well, first I just wanted to say thank you for whatever you said to the Deadwood chapter captains. They were very nice. I just wanted to thank you for that first.
he gives a nod to that.
And before you were talking about teleportation circles, and reminded me of the one that's at the Eastern Outpost, which we're sort of now looking out for, right?
Blotting in.
I was wondering, what exactly are we meant to do, and should we be there now? Should we be going there, or?
Well, that's a good question. We need somebody to man the outpost, and ideally you folks would get back out there at some time in the next 2 weeks, just to make sure things are up and running. We can spend some resources to get things organized to your liking, and then you'll be in charge of checking in and making sure that things are going alright there. You can always delegate the task to another person, but I'd like to know that there are some reliable people, or reliable sorts that are out there, at least every once in a while to keep an eye on things. Once the defenses are re-established, and everything seems to be functioning once more, you're more than welcome to leave someone else in charge, someone that you trust.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely count on us. I mean, we will take care of the place. We're happy to. Does that mean we'll have access then to kind of use that circle or sigil to go back and forth between here and there?
Between here and there, yes. You'll need an escort to go and reach the teleportation circle here that'll allow you to reach the eastern outpost. But aside from that, there's no reason that you wouldn't be able to go back and forth.
Who do we talk to if we need to go back?
That's a good question. You can speak to me, and I can, on your behalf, reach out to somebody in Vermilion Crest, or, and he gestures towards Rykard, assuming that he has good enough standing, he can speak with one of the higher members of his own order to ensure that a permanent escort can be arranged.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Thank you. Could I have
Yeah,
something to
take a look
drink?
into that.
If you have anything to drink. I don't know what you have back there.
Pick your poison, and he shows you a slew of different drinks. There's one for you to choose from that is to your liking. Rykard, what did you say?
I just said I'll take a look into that.
He sort of just gives a nod at that. What type of drink would you like, Rowan?
Something bubbly.
You see that there is a that appears to be basically like pineapple juice, but extra fizzy. And there appears to be some sort of glitter inside of it.
That, yeah. Definitely that.
As you grab that, is there anything else any of you would like to do to investigate? Any of the potential suspects?
Can I walk over to Purple Emo Man?
Yeah, I was gonna say
Sure.
we should probably go walk over to him.
You approach Daon of House Parchalev. You see that they seem to be drinking something down. It appears like thick and dark. And as you approach, he sort of looks you up and down and has like a frown, and doesn't seem super interested in engaging.
Lucan told us that you don't like Deadwood. What's wrong with it?
He just kind of gives you a sullen look and says, "It's just not my first choice, that's all.
And what was your first choice?
Not Deadwood."
All right, well that gives you two options. Can't be that hard of a choice.
He kind of looks you over, takes a big glug of his drink. Look, there's nothing wrong with Deadwood, okay? It's just, I thought that my talents would be appreciated elsewhere.
So what can you do?
Lots of stuff. Just not reliably. And you see he sort of frowns at that.
At that,
Turns
Boone's
out-
eyes will grow a bit bigger.
Turns out that dropping a bunch of fireballs in the middle of the library is not considered good behavior for a Vermilion Crest member.
You talking about like wild magic?
He sort of frowns. I prefer very powerful yet unreliable magic.
They don't like that in Deadwood?
Not when you almost destroy a bunch of their precious artifacts. I just wanted to show them what I could do with my magic. I wasn't expecting it to happen that way.
Was it a good fireball?
Best fireball.
Hell yeah.
But then I wasn't able to show that I could do it when I was being tested for Deadwood. I could summon forth was a potted plant, and I had to throw it at the stone thing. At least I was able to electrocute the stone thing after.
They make you kill something?
Yeah. Seems like that's the
what?
only thing I'm good at.
Killing things is important. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Speaking of, you've been in Deadwood for how long though?
2 months.
Oh. I was trying to like learn more about it, I guess. Lucan kind of pointed us over here since you're sitting here. Because I don't really know nobody.
Well, if you're in the bayou, I guess you can sleep in my house.
Ew, I don't want to
That
sleep
is-
in your house.
Okay, then why are you talking to me?
I said I
I'm
was
not
trying to
even-
meet people.
Yeah, but I'm not even good at being in Deadwood.
Sounds like you're good
Well-
at being a whiny bitch.
Jesus.
He sort of shakes his head. Listen, I'm not exactly happy about this situation. I'm supposed to be out exploring the world and digging ruins and stuff and learning all the secrets of the universe.
Brother, you
And
can
I live
just
in a
do that.
bog.
There's ruins like all over. And ain't nothing wrong about living in a bog.
Roll persuasion?
I don't really know what I'm doing either. Oh wait, that's perception. 5. At the 20 on the perception.
I can't
So
even
sad.
read a book without getting it all wet and dank. And look, the only good thing to do around here is listen to other people's better stories about what they're up to.
Alright then. What you heard recently?
Like you want to know. You think I'm a whiny bitch.
I do. You said you gotta be good for something.
Roll another persuasion check.
It starts with a P. Another 5.
Well, I got loads of stories, but I don't think you're even really ready to hear them.
Okay, fine, whatever. Waste of time talking to you. Just go mope in your corner. We'll leave. This guy sucks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
don't
guy
talk
does
to
not
that
feel like our guy. He does not feel like our guy. Does not give the vibe.
Because tonight will be the night that I will fall for you.
All right, as you walk away from the tiefling, is there
Flip
anything
him
else
off.
you'd like to do?
No.
Figure this out.
Forget I ever had to have that conversation.
I did want to ask.
Hey, do you know anybody in the guild? No, nobody wants to talk to me because I'm so stupid. Correct.
Addison hates this guy.
I fucking can't stand him.
I wanted to ask Lucan before but it's fine, I'm gonna ask now. Lucan, for the outposts, is there anything in particular that we should be looking out for? Like any monsters, any organizations that might bear ill will?
Well, there's poachers, as you're already aware, and we're obviously trying to find out what the source of that pink essence is. Beyond that, there are people who sometimes choose to reside in the forests or the different areas of the island. There are creatures and beasts that make this place their home, and there are ruins all over the place to be delved in and explored. beyond that, figuring out what actually happened to the outpost would be of the utmost importance so that it can be prevented. And of course, making sure those nodes are up and functional.
We do have a plan for that. Well, we plan to figure that out. Just need a, a little bit of time acquiring the right components for a spell.
He sort of nods at that. Well, it seems like you'll have plenty of time to get different things in order. Don't worry, you can rest for a few days. I'm sure, well, the island will be changing soon. It tends to change in strange intervals. But I hope the Shaker nodes stay functional and intact. You could keep an eye out as well for a group of adventurers that went out there not so long ago. They were out near the eastern side of the island. Left maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
Who are they?
They call themselves the Shield Bearers.
Ooh. That's a cool name. How do we get a cool name like that?
Well, you're either given one or you give yourself one. Once you're cemented in your allegiances, if you keep going out with the same group of people, people start to call you things.
We're gonna have to think about that, you guys. We can't be nameless forever.
I'm sure a name will come to us.
Let's hope so.
The shield bearers went out to check on a grove of trees. Well, who's to say if that grove even still stands, considering everything changed on the island?
How many of them did you say?
There were 4 members in the group.
All right. I suppose we could keep an eye out if when we head back there. I'm not sure when you guys plan on going back, but
I'd like to.
We should try to go back as soon as we can.
are we to like sort of call that place our home? Kind of look to Luca.
You certainly can. A home away from this place, at least. And I believe that lodging should be arranged for all of you within your different orders as well. You may have to reach out to your chapter captains or even head back to your individual areas to determine where you should be going.
Cool. All right.
Sounds good.
We'll kind of turn more to you guys. So, you doing anything else? What's the plan now?
Oh, there's a lot else we can do right now. Other people
We could
wanna
try to
talk,
find Gertold, who's either in the library or the training grounds.
but it is late, is the thing.
I
Yeah.
feel like
I don't know
listen,
if they would.
not to
Hmm?
infringe on y'all's like super secret assigned investigation or whatever, but I feel like maybe investigating the things that are known about the person rather than going down a list of potential people might be a bit better, like investigating like their missive or like the archive or whatever might be a bit more time efficient.
Well, we can't really get into the archive at the moment, but Redcard certainly could.
But that's
I
it.
can.
That's a good point, though. I mean, there is other things that we could start looking for. I mean, we could even try to specifically. You think they use Kingsflame flowers or have them? We could try to search for those. Boone, didn't you do that one time when we were looking for the Talca root?
Yeah, like locate object or something.
I can, but I don't want to do it today.
Well, yeah, it's late, but I mean,
Well, we
you
can
know.
do it tomorrow.
that-
Perhaps
I
if
can do it
you don't
tomorrow.
mind.
Sure.
We would appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think if we just keep beating down the same,
Mm.
path, Doesn't seem like we're getting anywhere.
Yeah, as much as I was
No.
entertained by today, I don't know what we accomplished.
Well, we accomplished people that we know that likely are not going to. We were able to cross some people off.
One way to spin it.
Lucan, sort of vaguely near you, clears his throat. I didn't hear your whole conversation, but I do feel that I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you that once you are in fact inducted into an order, so long as you're accompanied by someone of a certain group, there are certain areas you're allowed to visit.
Oh. Would the Aeronaut Archive perhaps be one of them?
The Aerogent Archive,
Aerogent, sorry, yes.
it would be accessible in the Vermilion Crest area. And it is one of the more public sort of facing sections. Think of it as a slightly less public library and archive. There's people who do research on incoming artifacts or puzzles. Some people who try to understand hidden information do it there. Aside from that, the only other area I can think of off the top of my head in the Vermilion Crest section that you'd be allowed to all venture toward would be teleportation circles. Perhaps if you gain more status with that order, there might be more places that open up to all of you. As for Deadwood Order, the only section that we'd be willing to let all you folks into would be the Bayou. Anything beyond its borders, a little harder for you to get to.
Are there any cool places that, like, just me and Boone can check out?
You'll have to talk to the captains about that. He gives you a little wink.
Ooh. Alright, will do.
I thought you said the captains don't like you.
Well, that's not what I said. I just said that, Captain Layette seemed less pleased with the method that I chose to complete the test, but I think Captain, how you got on really well with me. I don't know. Seems very nice. It's very encouraging too.
Yeah, how did that fucker over there, and I'll point at the purple Gerard Way in the corner, get into Deadwood?
He
Are
was-
you asking Lucan? Or
Yeah.
Are you asking...
I'm asking Lucan.
He sort of just shakes his head and looks down. I think that somebody probably felt bad for him. I'm not lying. A lot of people end up leaving the order once they realize that it's not really the place for them. I don't think that it's good procedure, but we've got some good-natured souls up there, and he sort of points upwards, that think that everybody should be given a fair shake. Unfortunately, that often leads to people like him who aren't quite so committed, lounging around in Deadwood or Vermilion Crest for a little while. Eventually, they get the message that this simply isn't the place for them, or that until they put something in, they'll get nothing out, and then they find their way out of here. Or they change their attitude. The problem with having a kind, peaceful, accepting soul as a boss is that sometimes people stick around a lot longer than they should.
Sure is a wonder why there's security issues around here.
He sort of quirks an eyebrow at that. Security issues, you say? Well, I admit, we've had a lot of problems recently. I wish we could be more discerning with the people we're letting in. Some people even think the process that we're using is a little bit too stringent. Everyone should be given a shot at being the best they can be, is what some people think. I just think that this place, considering how it should be, well, and its message and its motive, we should maybe be a little more selective about who we let into these inner sanctums.
What sort of problems have you been having?
Lucan sort of shakes his head. Look at me opening my big mouth. Well, I've heard that there's been some people trying to get a little bit further into the bayou, heading places that they shouldn't be heading. there was a problem where somebody tried to head into the Lyre Song areas. There are some private places that are kept back there that, well, let's just say that the captains weren't particularly happy. There was also a few years ago a higher member from a family, and he sort of scratches at his chin like he's thinking, some Mandragora noble. There's apparently some bad blood. An assassin was able to, well, slowly play the long waiting game. Made their way into their own order, waited till they were assigned to the same mission. And, well, that's when they struck.
That's awful.
Oh.
How long ago was that?
About 3 years ago.
Hmm.
Actually, Lucan, I did have a question sort of related to maybe some bad actors here. We learned some information at the outpost. Do you happen to know the names Aileen, not Eileen, Aileen, Eileen, Jeanette Clerve, Cedar Breakshore, or Leaf Sladen?
At those names, he frowns deeply. And where did you hear those names?
We found information at the Eastern Outpost.
Is that so?
Insight check. Why is he upset about that?
Ooh.
Can
Yeah,
I
go ahead
gauge
and roll
any
an
kind of
insight
thing like
Listen, I feel like it's
14.
not uncommon knowledge.
Motherfuck.
They must have been there.
The fuck you mean you just sent us into a house and told us to move in, then they're like, where the hell did you learn that? You mean the previous
Real.
tenants? What the fuck? That's our realtor.
Well, Aileen was a very talented scientist. She had initially been a member of the Vermilion Crest, but after, well, a certain amount of butting heads, she was able to effectively petition to the captain of Deadwood, the previous captain, mind you, not Layette, that she should be allowed to apply her talents elsewhere. And, well, Aileen did so. However, I heard that some of her experiments were crossing and blurring some ethical lines. It wasn't a huge secret, but there was nothing tangible or provable. And as such, she requested to be out in the field, doing research out there. And it was allowed to occur, seeing as she was ruffling feathers back here. And out there, the world was her lab. She had been very into genetics and theoretical veins of research. Things that I personally couldn't always wrap my head around. But I knew that what she was doing was, well, I didn't agree with it personally. Once she had moved over to Deadwood and had begun working there, mind you, this was an extremely strange arrangement. She had done some research and she had had several people to assist her, but, well, I won't bore you with all the details. She was forced to leave Brave Hollow in somewhat of disgrace. I believe that much of her research notes and such were destroyed or taken with her. She was sent off on a boat to the Free Irons, but I'm not sure if she ever made it there. there was a rumor passing around a while ago that people saw her out in the forests, but I can't imagine that she would be out there.
You said there was a previous chapter captain for Deadwood?
About 6 years ago, there was.
Who was it?
Her name was Kylon Catesius.
Oh, what happened to her?
His face kind of darkens at that. Roll a persuasion check, Rowan.
Ooh. Please, 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 please. Okay.
Please,
20.
please, let's go!
Nice.
Kylon wanted to investigate the Archaics. You've heard of the Archaics? He looks over all of you.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes.
But just pretending for the uninitiated, what are they?
Large, ancient beasts that wander Cravensbone. There's something of a mystery to the people here, and much research and effort has been put into studying them. How they have managed to roam this place for as long as they have, what they do, what their purpose is, what they even are. All these things have been questioned. Some appear to be these massive, almost humanoid type things. Others appear to be, well, nondescript. Regardless, these massive creatures are found across the island. Kylon decided to take it upon herself to lead a group of people to attempt to, well, let's say study one of these archaics. Well, it didn't go so well. Kylon and all the others were never seen again. They believe that she was trying to find the archaic to the northernmost point of the island. It's an archaic that we call Leonados.
It has a name. Do you know a lot about it then?
Well, it's what we call it. It is... He gestures kind of vaguely. Hard to explain. There are... well, several of them across the island, as I previously mentioned. Some of them appear almost tethered to the different biomes, the different areas. And then there are some that just seem to roam aimlessly. Leonados is one of the roamers. It appears like a giant, well, moving creature that is also a structure at the same time. There are ruins inside of the archaic, inside of its body. They've been plundered a few times. Kylon wanted to try to get further than anyone else ever had. If you see Leonados, there's no mistaking it. It's a massive, moving city. It takes the form of almost a... He gestures vaguely. Giant pangolin, I guess you could say.
And I'm sorry, just from my own clarification, when when the whole tsunami seawater rising thing happened, those were archaics we saw in the water, right? Fighting, like kaiju fighting.
That's what you assume.
Okay. No, yeah, I don't think we've ever seen anything like that. But on a journey before, when we were doing what you had tasked us, we saw two, I guess, archaics in the water. They were like fighting, and then it caused this like massive tidal wave. The sea level rose. It was crazy.
He nods as if he knows exactly what you're talking about. they do that. There's theories, many of them, about the Archaics. The leading one is actually one that was presented by the old captain herself. Kylon believed that each Archaic, the constant and clear Archaics, they were confined to some extent to their territory. As such, they would battle over it. When they did, well, the island would change.
Oh.
That's quite fascinating.
Well, it's hard to prove the theory. Nothing seemed to permanently get rid of these creatures. Or at least, well, it's hard to explain, but they seem so tethered to their space that sometimes they would be larger or smaller, harder to spot, or massive in scope and size. The island itself isn't bound to specific conventions. One area might be huge one time that the island changes, and another time is as small as a single patch of a little pool. The Archaics, they fight and they change their territory through those fights that they have. I don't know how the roving ones fit into this idea. And, as I said, whenever they fight each other, although the island changes, they do eventually come back, despite being defeated. They're caught in this never-ending cycle of violence against one another, trying to claim back the island, like a parasite sucking away at a tree, rotting it from the inside and fighting it, and then, I don't know, it comes back all the same.
And that is their motive, to just get more territory or defend their own territory?
It's hard to say. No one's ever been able to communicate directly with an Archaic. Not communicate directly with them and survive, anyhow.
So, you said that people have been inside the ruins inside of Leonardus a couple times, but what was the name? Kylon? Kylon tried to go further than anyone else, and no one has ever heard from her again.
No one's heard from her since, but we can assume that after 6 years, we know what happened.
I assume is like crying or long distance messaging. Does it not work inside the Archaics?
They disrupt all sorts of magic. You never know what's going to happen when you're near one.
Oh.
I say it's best to avoid them if you can.
That's good to know, I guess.
We will keep that in mind. Did you happen to mention, I can't remember, about Cedar Breakshore and Leaf Sladen?
He sort of nods sadly. One was tasked with, well, changing the outpost, making it better and making it a place where civilians could live as well. There's been some efforts to bring people from other places to live on the island. There was an idea a few years ago that, well, some civilians from Boscoliat could be moved to Cravensbone. A nation that they could make themselves could be founded here. But, well, no such luck. Regardless, the civilians of Boscoliat are different than they were when that idea was first floated.
How so?
He frowns a little deeply. The people of Boscoliat had fundamentally been changed by the Anomalin. I don't really want to speak to it, if you don't mind. If you're interested in learning, though, there's a library full of knowledge and lots of intelligent people that you could ask. It touches a little too close to home for me.
Alright, thank you. You said one person was in charge of the Eastern Outpost. Was that Leaf?
Yes, Leaf Slayton was tasked with taking care of the Eastern Outpost. And he did for several years. But before you folks got there, well, he was the one who was in charge. He had
And you
been
don't-
very interested in, well, he had been very interested in ensuring the success of Aileen's research for quite a long time. I think a few people who had gone out there, mostly people from Deadwood who had families, brought them with them. The idea was that they could stay at the outpost and people would feel less homesick as they were doing research. They had been particularly interested in the, well, unique biological properties of various creatures and plants out there. I find the whole thing a little distasteful, personally. Cedar was a researcher of some kind. He had initially lived out in the Free Irons before he had joined us. He was a member of Vermilion Crest, but he was known to do much work with the Deadwood Order. Something of a go-between between the different groups. He brought a lot of technical knowledge that Aileen didn't have. She was odd like that. All this knowledge, but couldn't wrap her head around modern technology, or the kind that was coming out of the Free Irons anyway. She had a very scientific but also magical approach. She seemed convinced that many of the flora and fauna of this island live longer than that off of it. And as such, well, she was under the impression that maybe some of the unique properties of the flora and fauna could be used to extend the longevity of people off island, help with disease or potentially other medical issues. Now, Cedar and Aileen did most of their research out there, I think, but with the island changing as much as it did, I think it was hard for them to constantly get results, or at least that's the impression that I had. I hadn't heard anything about her research for quite a while, and then, about a month ago, well, that's when it all went tits up.
Mm. And I assume Leaf has also not been heard from?
As I
in the past
said,
month?
once the Eastern Outpost was, well, once it
Yeah.
we lost all contact, I heard nothing from Leaf. Little before a month ago, that's when Aileen, well, it was discovered that she was doing more than what she had initially said she had been doing, using methods that both Deadwood and Vermilion Crest had not approved. As I said, she'd gone beyond the code of ethics. The Lanterns had discovered that about her. Well, I believe Cedar was the whistleblower in her operation.
I'm sorry, did he say what happened
Alex-
to her?
She went to the Free Irons, right? And then rumored to be figuring around the
Allegedly.
forests.
Yeah.
Allegedly,
She
yeah.
was sent away
Me
to
too.
the Free Irons.
Oh, okay.
Me too, Madison. I'm just writing all of this down.
Oh my god, my hands is cramping so bad, but my handwriting is atrocious, but I think I got it all.
I'm like, I can't wait to re-listen to this.
I got you
Me
guys.
too. I can't wait to see the timestamps to figure all this out. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Lugon, but unless there's any other questions, you're probably quite busy.
He sort of gives a nod. You see he sort of gestures to some people who seem to be waiting for him to pour them a drink. Like I said, if you're interested in learning more, there is the whole library, and again, there may be some people in both Deadwood or Vermilion Crest who might know a thing or two. And you see he turns his attention to helping the other people.
Bascolia is not in the Raiding Empire. Madison.
Oh, it's not?
Where
No.
is it?
No,
Monto?
it's like it's closer to Victorus Unitas.
Victor's
It's
all
an
in
entirely
the
different
past,
country. Yeah, that one.
Okay, never mind.
Oh, is it Nova? Nova Rot's in the Raiding Empire, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the city.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was
Novarat is the
thinking
capital
of.
city.
That's what I was thinking of. Because I was like, I just checked the map for something, but it was not for Bascol yet. It was for Nova.
No, Bascoliat is like the island where the sun doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, okay.
Which could be where people are getting the
Yeah,
whatchamacallit,
the King's Flame.
the King's Flame.
Yeah. Good point. I didn't think about that.
Well, that was a lot of information.
That was, and Alex kind of just waves his hand, cramping a little bit from writing all that down.
So,
There's definitely a lot to look over.
A lot to think about.
Perhaps things will be clearer with some rest, though. But we could make plans for tomorrow. Boone, if you don't mind preparing that spell,
Oh yeah, I can do that.
and Rykard, perhaps we could try to get into the archive tomorrow,
You think?
if you don't mind.
Yeah, we can do that. What are friends for, after all, right?
speaking of friends, anyone?
You set them off.
Yes.
Anyone wanna come help me clean out the stables?
Horses? Like horse stables?
I mean, you're cleaning it out because you saved my butt, so I'll be more than happy to help
Promise
you.
to come help you.
I wanna go to a stable.
Why don't we all do it? It could be fun.
Yeah, I don't know about we.
Oh, come on! It'll be like bonding.
Over,
No, I think Rykard has to go bond with Illyria.
maybe I do.
No, Alex is right. We should do this as a team. Come on, I'll try to like
should.
loop my arm around Rykard's and pull him up.
I fucking noodle out of that shit.
Oh,
So
no.
quick.
Please.
Going
Babe,
to
look,
clean
the
up shit
8
for how
strength
many
magic
hours?
casters are fighting.
Alright. So, Rykard, do you eventually yield, or do you go off to do what you're going to do?
I'll yield.
Yes.
Alright. You all spend long hours clearing out and mucking out the stables. There are mounts of various different kinds here. The stables themselves are tucked just slightly off of the entrance, and you see that there are griffins, these large, sort of winged and also almost eagle-y, but also lion-y creatures. You see large cats that appear to have pinkish blue fur. You see birds that seem to be almost like a mix between an ostrich and a falcon. They appear to be quite quick at running. You see your typical mounts, horses of various shape and size, smaller ponies, larger donkeys. It takes a grueling 2.5 hours, and at the end, you all feel dirtied and disgusting.
Don't you all just feel so much closer now?
Ugh.
I feel closer to
Not
a
really.
shower, hopefully.
Yes, I don't know if I want to do that again. That was
It was an interesting once in a lifetime experience. But I
yes,
think I'm
once.
now.
Once. Emphasis on the
Once.
once.
Have y'all never cleaned up after an animal before?
No.
And say that yeah, can't say that we have.
Isn't it kind of nice to see
Cleaned
them
up
up close
after
like this? The griffins especially.
No.
The griffins were nice, but you can see them up close without getting involved that close.
Fair enough.
As you all retire for the evening, do you choose to head back to the common dorms for now?
I will return to my dorm with Hibernal.
All right. You return to the dorm where you would expect to find Hibernal. You do see that she is there, and she appears to be fast asleep when you return.
Do I still see those letters left?
They are no longer on her bed.
Do I see them anywhere? Without, like, snooping or anything, just looking around.
Passively, sort of just checking around the room, you do not see any of them.
I will go eepers.
All right. Boone, you quickly fall to sleep. Is there anything else the rest of you would like to accomplish before going to bed for the evening?
Like a bath.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd like to do that too.
Yeah. Math goes without being said. Trying to review everything that we learned today and trying to review everything we learned today and seeing if there's any other connections that could be made of like leads that would be best followed tomorrow.
All right. You head to sort of the common bathhouse that is set somewhat slightly distant off of the memento. There is sort of gentle floating lily pads on top of the water, and the water itself is a nice sort of slightly warm and yet a little bit cold temperature. Just comfortable enough that you don't feel like your teeth are chattering, but not so comfortable that you want to spend long hours there. The only thing that is particularly of notice as you approach is that you do see that the group of Illyria, Greymore, and Griffo do seem to be having a conversation distantly across the water.
Do they pay us any attention as like we all get in, I guess?
They're basically like, if you picture like a cavern or like a grotto where there's like water, they're on like the furthest possible point from where you would enter.
They're
Okay.
in the deep end.
What do you think they're talking about?
Let's get closer and find out.
I don't want to do that.
Well, not
People
in there,
are
but
so
like,
weird.
like a closer Not suspicious.
You're gonna clam in the bath?
No! Just get to a pool that's closer to them.
Picture like a big onsen or something, like it's like
Oh,
one
a huge.
big
Oh, there's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
and they're like
Oh shit.
they're in the
on the
deep
other
end,
end,
like
yeah.
Madison said.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay.
You people are so weird.
Listen, I thought they were like different areas. Okay. Or then yeah, I mean we could still keep our distance and still like try to be close enough to listen in.
I'm gonna go off in a corner by myself. You can
Alright,
do whatever.
As you go off in your corner to sort of rest and recuperate in the water and get yourself clean, what do the rest of you want to do?
I wild shape into a weasel and I back float and bathe.
I think that's called an otter.
All right. You spend some
Uh,
time in the baths, getting clean and relaxing for the evening. As you are all there for about 3 or so minutes, eventually around that time, Greymore and Illyria leave, and Griffo sort of stays in the water, splashing around a little bit. As the long hours of the day begin to wear on you, you feel that exhaustion beginning to set over all of you. You have a sense that there's probably not too much else that can be accomplished this evening.
I go to bed.
Yeah. Also go to bed.
As you turn into rest, is there anything Alex or Rykard want to do?
No, get washed up. I'll get Rufus washed up. Yeah, I guess before bed. With him on the bed, I'll start teaching him how to play cards.
Aw.
Yeah, and like I was saying earlier, just trying to go through some notes and see what our best lead might be tomorrow.
All right. As you sort of look over what you know, nothing really seems to stand out to you, aside from the fact that whether or not they're the infiltrator, you do know Wilgilt is suspicious in some way, with the strange shadow. You feel neutral towards the rest of your leads at this point in time. Feeling at least a little bit potentially closer to understanding who the infiltrator might be. Let's end our session there for tonight.
Yippee!
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That was beautiful, Harry.
That was
Yes,
very
thank
fun.
you, Harry. That was so fun.
That was nice.
This is gonna tide
Love-
me over till the next year.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
Truly, last session of the year.
I'm gonna be stewing on these clues.
Me too.
Same. I love
Put 'em
the
in a big ol' pot.
investigating.
Me too.
Yeah, we're
I
really
can't wait.
good at it.
We're so good. We did that. Hey, I don't think we did bad. I think we did pretty good today.
I think that you guys learned a little, which is good.
Yeah.
We learned a little bit. We learned a little bit. It's better than nothing. I'll
Yep,
take it.
you learned some things.
Learned some things.
Learned some.
You may have to engage in more sneaking or like disguising or duplicity to find out more, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Hey.
Me when
That's
I
y'all
join the
liar
duplicity
songs.
house and I have to engage in duplicity. for the duplicity house
Listen,
to
y'all were
find
trying
the
to get on my ass
duplicator
about
in the
like
duplicity house.
about sneaking and using duplicity.
I said I wasn't. I was saying you were doing it badly.
Listen, I just
Not that
can't
you
be
were doing it at
involved.
all. Yeah, my reputation is on the line.
I'm just not very sneaky. That's y'all, you know. I can't lie my way out of nothing this time.
Yeah, no. Anyone asks me what I'm doing, I'm telling them. Point
Uh-huh.
You can literally turn into an animal. That's so sneaky. That's so helpful.
Yeah, because when people see a 5 foot tall, half rotting boar in the middle of the fucking commons, that
Yeah.
belongs there.
Y'all
You
working
do other things
poor,
other than a boar.
working
I
poor
refuse.
Rufus to the bone, dude.
I know,
I'm
child
Bro.
labor. He didn't
Yeah.
even get paid. He doesn't have rights.
Call
His
Peter.
health
Rufus.
insurance isn't included.
Poor Rufus. Listen, at least we ask for like his permission. Like we ask if he wants to do it.
He doesn't
was
even have
poor.
dental.
He
No
doesn't even have
dental?
Doesn't even have.
No dental? Does he even have teeth? Does Rufus have teeth?
Of course he
And
does.
that's how little you know about him.
You better
Well, I
get
don't
him
know,
those
I've never
good
seen
like
it.
those
He's got a
good
bunch of fur.
dog traits that are good for their teeth.
Yeah, I give him milk bones.
Yeah.
and
Greenies.
They're greenies. Yeah,
Yeah.
you better give him greenies.
I give my kitties greenies. I put them on their kibbles sometimes for dinner as a treat, and I call them croutons, and they get very excited. Well, Margot gets
Aw.
excited. Jonesy just eats all food.
Ugh, what a crazy session. So much happened.
Truly, I have to.
You guys
go
are
through
still
some
in
notes.
Liar Song,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yay! Oof, oof, oof.
For now.
That was close.
but Captain Nils is your op.
Yeah, fair
Captain
enough.
Nils was my op from
honestly.
day one. This was always how it was gonna be.
Nils is the changeling, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. No.
So they could
Nils
be
was
they
Jimmy
could be
Steve,
anybody.
If you remember the Hobgoblin from last time.
Oh, but they were so nice.
They really weren't, because Nils told Beacon and Alex straight away, like, don't think you're gonna make it. So that's why
Nils
was my op.
liked me, and I was lying
Oh.
to their face.
I don't think I knew that
I
that
like
was
you.
Nils.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that was Nils either.
No, we,
Or I
we
think
realized
I
it was
think I
Nils, like,
realized that.
Captain
Yeah,
Everson
I just
told us that.
forgot. I just forgot.
Yeah, that's fine.
The emo
never
tiefling
forget.
is Nils.
That'd be
The
funny.
emo tiefling is Nils.
It is Nils.
Just for fun.
Everybody
Just
is
for fun.
Nils.
Everyone
Assume everybody is Nils.
Every
It's like
single character.
what's her name? Orin. Assume
Oh
everybody is
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Orin.
god.
I'm Negan.
Well, how does Rykard feel after learning more about Illyria?
Like her
mean,
cup
just-
size.
Yeah, true. I mean, just, you know. It's meant to be. You know, just at this point, it
Birds
Right.
of a feather.
just feels like it's meant to be. You know?
See, I'm personally more of like a Rykard and Griffo shipper, but I respect that
See,
too.
no, I'm a Richard Illyria.
Yeah,
shipper.
right. Richard and Illyria.
I don't know who this Rykard is you speak of.
She can call me whatever the fuck she wants.
Oh my god.
And Rowan still got no game. Day number
Bro, I ain't trying to pull. Who am I trying to pull?
Nobody.
Exactly.
bro. Gameless.
Exactly.
Gameless.
Ain't nobody to pull. I'm here on business. I don't know about you.
On
And what's your
business.
On business.
What's your business?
Yeah, this
Got
ain't.
motion, twin.
This ain't. Oh my god.
Period.
Since birth.
Since birth.
Is burp.
Jonesy, what are you doing, silly girl?
Jonesy.
Yeah.
You stinking
Man.
and thinking.
I can't wait to re-listen to this one.
I can't wait to fucking cast fireball in somebody's face, man.
Can it be
Just like
the purple
Dayon.
Devon guy, Dayon?
Yeah.
Damn.
He's probably resistant
Oh
to
my
fire,
God.
but I can try.
Oh my god. I am itching for more combat.
Me too. I need to
I'm
kill
excited.
something.
I want to blow
You just killed a
everything
pig.
That wasn't a real pig. It doesn't count.
up.
And I killed it with a cantrip.
I want blood.
I want blood.
Blood.
Listen, the faster we find the infiltrator, the faster we can kill something.
True. True.
I mean, this is your guys'
What is that my
quest,
job though? What is that my
I'm gonna
job?
go. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. Am
Yeah,
I in
what you
Liar
do is
Song?
like-
Am I in Liar Song?
Right. Right.
Did Captain Everson invite me to the meeting and give me a secret note?
Because me personally, I have no quest right now. You know, like I'm questless.
Me personally, I don't do anything if I'm not getting paid, honey.
My calendar's fucking blown open right now. There ain't nothing going on.
You literally
In fact,
have
I
to
think
learn
I'm gonna
about
go
Captain
smoke
Everson
outside for 5 hours.
to get into Vermilion Crest. Right.
Not a goddamn thing going on.
Oh my god, wait, guys, we need to
Wait.
come up with a name. Who's gonna say the
No.
name
Where
and
am I
character?
going? Wherever the wind
Why do-
takes me.
Why do you all have like secret sub objectives and then in Deadwood they're just letting in fucking anybody who can break a
Because Deadwood's
pebble
easy as
open?
fuck.
Bro, yeah.
Dude,
We're,
let's
we're the
go.
order that operates
got
on
in, I took a
vibes.
nap.
You know?
No vibes order.
They said, "Damn, you looked at a tree, you touched a rock, girl. Get in here.
Where you been, Sway?
I'm
Where you
saying.
been, twin? We left fucking what's his fucking face? Devin over there in. We'll take anybody.
God dang, no respect.
I hate him.
I liked him.
I
Oh,
also
you
like them.
would.
would.
You fucking would.
You
Chris.
would.
And I was
Just 'cause you're
a
not
young
purple.
boy.
Yeah.
I saw an emo in the corner and I was like, yes.
Someone to bully.
And he's in my house. Ugh. And I was so let down.
In this holy house of God.
Right, right.
I wish you would step back from that ledge, my friend.
Is Craig still
Beautiful.
here?
Craig is still here. Oh my god.
Get the fuck
Craig,
Greg.
girl, close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Not you dead name me.
Wait, you just made me dead name Craig. That's a microaggression. What the fuck?
Is that not Craig's
You
name?
did
Chat.
it again.
Chat. Alright,
Just did it
Craig
again.
is Craig.
bye
Craig is
recording.
Craigery.
Craig is
Recording.
Craig.
Say bye.
Teor is Teor.